Tradoon. Tradoon.
recorded, but I don't think it's a computer.
Yeah, it's good shape, too. It's 5, 6 feet high, I'm guessing 9 feet long. Look at the extraordinary... What'd you do?
He touched it. Dr. Grant's not mission compatible.
They got it in for me. And look at the half-moon-shaped bones on the wrists. No wonder these guys learn how to fly. No, seriously. All right. Well, maybe dinosaurs have more in common with present-day birds than they do with reptiles.
That doesn't look very scary. More like a 6-foot turkey.
Turkey,
Turkey.
6-foot turkey. Turkey, huh? 6-foot turkey. Okay. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Try to imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. Imagine yourself in the Cretaceous period. You get your first look at this 6-foot turkey as you enter a clearing.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It's really good to have you here. Happy Monday, happy Eclipse Day, and happy, apparently, National Robotics Week as well. I figured that would be a fun topic for today's discussion. So we've got some vaguely futuristic lighting going on right now. It's the best I could muster in a paleontologist's office. And, we're going to be talking about animatronic dinosaurs today. We'll probably talk about the eclipse a little bit as well, and whatever questions you might have pertaining to science in general, natural history, paleontology, or dinosaurs specifically.
Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
And Uno Raptormon, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. For anybody who might be here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Whenever the cats allow that. Yeah. I'm able to live here only because the 3 cats who already lived here tolerate my presence. Thank you for letting me move in, Mini Pie. She's come to make her midday inspection of my workspace. Anyway, as a dinosaur paleontologist, well, you know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Mini Pie, my goodness. Here. Let's get the cat cam fired up. There you are. Wow, wow. So much cat in the cat cam. Mini Pie, what are you doing? You just showed up right during my introduction. Goodness. As a dinosaur paleontologist, well, a paleontologist, as you probably know already, is a fossil scientist. Paleontologists work on all kinds of fossil organisms. Everything from plants to fossil protists, like foraminifera, fossil mammals, fossil fungi, fossil amphibians, and ray finned fishes, and all kinds of stuff. I work on dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on, what I dig up.
Supercontinent. Dinosaurs soon occupied every corner of that world.
And
Hello
Aaron
everyone,
Tumser.
WW.
Thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you kindly. Good stuff. Anyway, when I'm not here in my office, beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, I'm usually out in the field digging up dinosaurs. In places like Montana and Wyoming and Utah. I'm going to be in Wyoming at the end of next month. And I'm very excited about that. I'll be streaming live from the field again, showing you what it's like to dig up dinosaurs out in the Badlands of Wyoming. I believe we have a clip for that. Mini Pie, will you roll the clip? There we go.
Tanguta wants to know, Tango, Utah. Are you from Utah, Tango, Utah? Because Ethan is too. Given your time constraints, do you find...
Anyway, here we are.
This is what's the possibility to find bones? I mean, here, 100%. That's why we got an excavation permit.
And Uno Raptormon says, I was always under the impression that paleontology was just dinosaurs. Learning something new every day. Well, there you go, Uno. That's exactly why I said it. Is because we, as paleontologists, shoot. Those paleontologists who do not study dinosaurs often get a little miffed that the dinosaurs get all the attention. Most paleontologists don't study dinosaurs. It's probably about, I don't know, maybe 5% of, no, I'd say probably closer to 5% of paleontologists study dinosaurs. Maybe about 1 in 20. I do work on dinosaurs though, and since I do, I think it's important that I work to dispel that stereotype as much as I can. Although I do work on dinosaurs, yeah. But yeah, Commodore says anything that used to be alive, and that is exactly right. Yeah. Yeah, someday if Mini Pie right here, or if I become a paleontologist, if we're lucky, maybe a paleontologist, or become a fossil, excuse me. Maybe one day a paleontologist will study us. Well, holy cow. Hoot House live stream.
And their 149 raiders don't know what they're in for.
It is so good to have you here, Hoot House. Welcome, welcome. How are things going with you? Welcome to Paleontology. Let me see if I can do something about this cat in the way here. Give me a second. Mini Pie. Yeah, there we go. That'll get you off your behind. Let's give you a treat here. There we go. This might not be as exciting as watching baby owls or red-tailed hawks get fed, but here's a cat being fed. Look, Minnie. There you go. Good stuff. Anyway, welcome, everybody, to Paleontologizing. We've got some interesting background stuff going on today. Interesting lighting because it's National Robotics Week, and we're going to be talking about robotic dinosaurs in a little bit. But if you're here for the very first time and you're wondering what's going on, then I'd say welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. We were just talking about how a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular, and as such, I'm particularly excited to be joined by Hoot House livestream here, and all the raiders. Welcome. Can we get another shout out for Hoot House real quick? If anybody who was watching before the raid is interested in critters like owls or hawks, or to a certain extent, rabbits or voles, you should check out Hoot House livestream. Live birds of prey, live owls, live accipitarids like hawks, doing their thing day and night. It is one of the coolest streams on Twitch. It really, really is. Check out Hoot House livestream.
If you're
Both
feeling a bit
owls
cheap,
and hawks
try
are
blaming the
dinosaurs.
I watched the eclipse with a homemade pinhole camera.
Ah.
All I needed to do was use the right kind of spaghetti strain alone.
Oh, very nice, Eric Zamberzilla Stinger. We'll be talking about the eclipse in just a little bit. But first, we got this, and thank you for the 100 bits, Eric. I appreciate that. But first, we've probably got some new folks in here with Hoot House livestream. How many of you would like to see a quick little welcome video to kind of introduce you to the channel, to tell you what paleontologizing is all about, all that good stuff? Give me a 1 in the chat if you would like to, if you'd like to see a quick welcome video with our good friend, previously recorded Danny. And excellent, I'm seeing some 1s there. Well, beautiful. Without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to someone we call previously recorded Danny. He'll give you a little bit of info on what paleontologizing is all about and what in the world a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch. So without further ado, previously recorded Danny, take it away.
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution and with my old boss than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
and they
movies.
said that the guy Alan Grant was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Churarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like velociraptors' jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you can help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very much. Previously recorded Danny.
I see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
And Ironbark, thank you for those 20 months of support. Really appreciate that. Ironbark at tier 3.
Certainly, there are many more dinosaurs waiting to be discovered.
It's true.
Many new mysteries waiting to be pondered.
Absolutely true. ASMR Tingly Tings, thank you for the follow. Is that a re-follow? I recognize your name. I think you've been around here. And also, Rolrick, thank you for the follow, too. And thank you very, very much to Hoot House Livestream for that wonderful raid. I really appreciate it. And look at this! Rocky Altars! My goodness. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. That is extraordinary.
Rocky Altars is washing away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
I really appreciate that, Rocky Altars. Holy moly. And I've also just now realized...
In that brief moment...
Sea Frog, thank you.
The only species
goodness, all the alerts
to comprehend
at the same time.
And appreciate the great dinosaurs.
Thank you.
Palia salute.
Sea Frog. For those 16 months of support. I really appreciate that. Nothing went wrong with the sub goal here, so I'm gonna take into account Rocky Altars gift right there. And March 8th through 12th. Science Outreach sub goal. Begin.
Hold on to your butts.
Excellent. It was going to be 150, now it's 145. Thanks to you, Rocky Altars. Thank you for those 5 gift subs. That's excellent. Yeah.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Risa
How did
Dago.
homework go? Get a good segment done?
Goodness, there's so many things going on right now. Yeah, shoot. Let's do just a quick little update.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
And thank you, Taco Addict. I appreciate that. Both the kind words and the follow. Yeah. a long hiatus this week. 3 days with no streams. Usually it's just 2 days over the weekend. But I took Friday off this past week because I had an important museum meeting at 3 p.m., which is an hour after I normally start streaming. And I wanted to work on my my Spinosaur manuscript as well. I've got this project that's been going on in Spinosaurs for too long. I need to finally get that thing submitted for publication before I leave for the field this summer. And now that I have an official date on that, we're going to be out in the field again in Wyoming at the end of May. It's about time I got my butt in gear with that, so... And, Zimog Sela9.
Thanks for sharing your node lege. Less than 3.
Thank you, Zimo, for your 2 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Zimo. Muchas gracias. De la... de mi corazón. Muchas gracias. Paleo Ken, how are you doing? I cannot wait to get back out into Wyoming to do some field work. That is going to be excellent.
I'd rather have things
some
be
footage
hot
from
and
last
be able
year.
to charge the battery. I'd put up with that for sure.
Yeah.
Sons of Wales says, thanks for sharing this with us. It's been so educational and interesting. I appreciate that, Wales. Thanks for saying so. That's the whole point, so I'm glad you appreciate it.
Mi español no tan bueno. Mis ancestros son de Puerto Rico y la esposa de mi papá es de El Salvador, pero mi español no es, mi vocabulario no es tan bueno. When I moved to Montana, I lost most of my Spanish. Afuera. Qué lástima.
Yeah. And Zintaus, thank you for the 20 months of support. That is excellent. Thank you. Thanks for keeping me here on the air. And look out for
We're
lizards.
going to be talking about that today,
There have been
D05,
far
yes.
fewer lizards today just because it's been so cloudy. They've been real sluggish, I'm sure. Yesterday they were zipping around all over the place. Today, not many lizards to speak of. Yeah.
Anyway, Ironbark?
But who knows? If
Ironbark wants to know, is reading that we only have discovered about 30% of dinosaur species, probably fewer. How probably is it that upcoming discoveries will significantly change what we know about dinosaur evolution? Oh, it depends at what scale. I'm sure there will definitely be surprises. There are probably different groups of dinosaurs that we still don't understand or, yeah. I would say that if there will be major dinosaur discoveries in the future, I'm certain of that.
Fossils, because if they're removed,
thank you,
America
Positron.
loses them forever.
That is a recurring subscription right there. Positron, welcome to the community. It's good to have you here. Enjoy the emotes. Enjoy not having to watch any ads. That is brilliant, Positron, and I appreciate you for it. Thank you. When we continue to go out into the field and dig up dinosaurs, we will continue to make cool discoveries and find interesting and neat stuff.
Looking pretty good here.
What I think might change the most might be understandings of dinosaur origins.
And now again, you got to do this pretty quickly because if you wait too long, especially
we still don't really have a super good understanding of what the very base of the dinosaur family tree looks like. For instance, when did Saurischian and Ornithischian dinosaurs diverge from each other? Are silosaurs actually a kind of dinosaur? Are they super basal Ornithischians, or are they just very dinosaur-like non-dinosaurs?
The extinction of dinosaurs
really
is the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals.
And Stevie
to our
Cakes,
own
thank you for that
existence,
follow. I appreciate it. But yeah. It's, I think our understanding of the origin of dinosaurs is going to change a bit. And if anything else changed that would be like a major shakeup for our understanding of dinosaur evolution, it might regard the origin of birds. It could be that certain groups of non-avian dinosaur, Deinonychosaurs maybe, Dromaeosaurs and Troodontids, Velociraptor and Utahraptor, Troodon and their friends and close relatives. It might turn out that they are birds. I would not be shocked if that were to happen.
Really spectacular. Spared no.
We just need more fossils, you know.
Positron 00 gifted
Yeah.
a tier 1 sub to Tom Kowalczuk.
And thank you, Positron, for the gift sub. I very much appreciate that. Thank you. That is excellent. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho, and Ken says there have been entire talks at SVP about whether or not we can understand dinosaurs at the clade level from the small amount we've discovered. Yeah, there you go, Ken. Yeah. That's a good point. It's good to see you, Ken. I hope you had a great weekend. Welcome everybody back to Paleontologizing. Did any of you get a chance to see the eclipse? Risa Dega, was this you? Amazing photography here of this solar eclipse this afternoon. Very nice. I guess this morning and this afternoon, depending on where you are. But yeah. Let's talk about the eclipse a little bit. Oh, after I answer this question from Hugin. Hugin, I hear you might be pursuing, is it a master's degree in museum studies? That is super exciting, Hugin. I hope that works out for you. Neat stuff. Hugin wanted to know, how often is it that a new dinosaur species is rediscovered in the back of a museum storage room or warehouse? It depends what you mean by rediscovered. Because there are some dinosaurs where when they were first dug up, it was thought, oh yeah, they're probably new. A good example of this is Thescelosaurus. Yeah. This lovely dinosaur here, which is embiggened too far in this view for some reason. Google Images has been doing weird things lately. Anyway, Thescelosaurus. The name means marvelous lizard. It's the genus name. The species name is Neglectus, meaning neglected. The marvelous but neglected lizard. Why is it called that? Well, that's because when this dinosaur was first excavated, it just kind of languished in storage for a long time. It was discovered in 1891 by paleontologist John Bell Hatcher and William H. Utterback from Wyoming. The skeleton, however, remained in its shipping crates for years until Charlie Gilmore of the Smithsonian's National Museum of Natural History had it prepared and described in a short paper in 1913. So, from 1891 to 1913, that is 22 years that this dinosaur languished in obscurity, just boxed up, you might say forgotten. But yeah, it's, there are so many specimens like that, where they get dug up and then it takes a long time for them to actually get unboxed, prepared, cleaned, studied, figured, reposited,
No sign of disgrace or
finally
failure. In fact, in
illustrated
a
and
world
published.
full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become
Thank you for
Extinct,
your
it's
informative
true,
and
Dex.
entertaining streams. I
Aw.
love what you do and hope it continues to grow and evolve. Paleolul move.
I appreciate that, Tex Phantom Hawk. Thank you for your clever message and for your 7 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Yeah. And Wombat Hole says, interesting, a team dug it up and it got shelved. So that is much more common than you might imagine, Wombat Hole. It can take years or decades in between when a dinosaur is first discovered and then when it's actually published and announced to the public. You know? It can take a long, long time. When I was at Museum of the Rockies, it was like a lifetime ago now. Back in 2011, my first summer in the field, we actually spent, it was like 2.5 weeks, moving fossils from one storage facility to another one. It was a massive undertaking. Moving them from these storage facilities to, you know, just like from these storage lockers, basically, in Bozeman, Montana, to this massive warehouse. Oh, here's Bob Harmon right here, the legend himself, Bob Harmon, directing some of this this move here. But moving them to this facility, this big warehouse, each one of these, well, almost every single one of these is a fossil jacket. There are dinosaur fossils, sometimes very, very impressive dinosaur fossils. Just about every single one of these. And this wasn't even all of it. This is not a photo from the end of that. Thank you, Yukon's Bud, for gifting Stevie Cakes. I appreciate that.
Tier 1 sub to Stevie Cakes.
And so it can take an incredibly long time for something to get dug up. You know, in between when it gets dug up and then when it actually gets published in the scientific literature. So yeah. And Rhacodactylus, it should say April. Shoot, you're right. We'll set that for 142. Sorry, I've had so many things going on, I forget what month it is. And gold. Thank you, Rhacodactylus. Let's outreach sub-goal start. All right, excellent. Yeah.
It's a paleontologist version of heaven.
And C2H60 distiller. C2H60. 2 carbon, 6 hydrogen, 1 oxygen? What molecule is that? Is that ethanol, perhaps? Just a wild guess. Welcome, Distiller. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. It is ethanol. Brilliant. Lucky guess there. I'm not a chemist. I'm a paleontologist. And it's good to have you here. Let me know if you've got any paleontology questions. Anyway, it looks like Positron has some questions. Oh, shoot. The point that I was making with this and with this is that it can take it takes a tremendous amount of work to actually get a dinosaur out of the ground, get it back to the laboratory, get it cleaned, chip all the rock away, fill in the cracks, stabilize it so that it can exist on a museum shelf for the next several hundred years. And then illustrate it, wrangle your co-authors together so you can write it up, and then get it submitted to a publisher, and then have it go through peer review, and then it can take years, it can take decades in between when a dinosaur is first dug up and then when it finally gets published. And there are probably innumerable different new dinosaurs that will be they will come out of museum drawers in the next few years. In the decades to come, a lot of the dinosaurs that are going to be described have been ones that were maybe dug up years or decades prior. Yeah. And likewise,
ontogeny.
I also think that a lot of those dinosaurs that have been named already might also get sunk Because it might turn out that they are just juveniles of dinosaurs we already know about in a lot of cases. Yeah. I may or may not have a project in the works doing just that, but we'll see if the fossils actually comport with my suspicions about some of these particular dinosaurs. Anyway. Let's see. Positron had some questions here. Are there some problems in paleontology in which software, physical engineering tools could help solve? Trying to find some engineering projects to work on which could be used in that field. Positron, that's a great question. Software or physical engineering tools? I'm not necessarily the right person to ask about this because most of my work in paleontology is decidedly low-tech and not always quantitative, more qualitative. Most of my research is more qualitative. Yeah. That's a good question, Positron. Software or physical engineering tools could help to solve. We do have a lot of issues in moving fossils from difficult terrain in the field to a place that's accessible by wheeled vehicles. So we can drive it back to a museum or a laboratory, but these aren't really like true engineering problems, because in almost all of these problems you could solve it with just a helicopter. The thing is, we usually can't afford a helicopter, so you know, if you could find a way to lift fossil jackets vertically and then move them across difficult terrain in a way that's cheaper than a helicopter, then that would solve some major problems for paleontologists, but yeah. Because just getting helicopter support for, you know, for an hour in the field might be tens of thousands of dollars, and that's usually like 10 times more than our entire budget for the entire season. So, yeah. But yeah. And Risa Dago, that is actually kind of what happened. You won't be helping with digs. You got interns this year to change. I mean, we had people fly in from around the world to help with some dinosaur excavations, and they had to stay in Bozeman for like an additional week or two to help move all of this stuff. And I didn't have a place to live at that time. So, yeah, for part of this, I was, yeah, like sleeping on the bus at night. I was effectively homeless for a big part of that. Because I didn't have student housing. But yeah, I'd be riding the bus at night because it was like a relatively safe place to be. And then doing some sleeping in the library until it closed. And yeah. Anyway, that was very mixed feelings about that time in my life. Yeah. And GIS can be useful. Yeah, but usually GIS is at a larger scale than we're using for quarry maps and stuff like that, Brachiosaur, if that's what you meant. Yeah. But yeah. There you go, Rocky Elders. Journey song there? Yeah. And Dr. Irrefutable, hey, I appreciate that. Yeah. It was, it wasn't always easy living in Montana. But yeah. And Anthony Distiller says, if you were a dinosaur, which one would you be? Oh shoot, I don't know. Let's say an ornithomimosaur. Seems Seems like it'd be fun to be an ornithomimosaur. Yeah. These kind of ostrichy dinosaurs just running along, doing their thing. Yeah. That'd be neat. I don't know. Relatively inoffensive dinosaurs. Probably among the fastest of all the dinosaurs. I like that idea. Anyway, Danny Mimus. Smorphosaurus, I like that. I always said that if we found a complete ornithomimid in the Hell Creek, because there, in the Hell Creek, we've got this ornithomimid there, but...
Dinosaurs are kind of funny, I mean, you know.
They're kind of funny. Call me Corey. Thank you, Corey, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I always joked that if we found this kind of mystery Hell Creek ornithomimid, if you found a complete skeleton and got to name it, I always said we should name it Montana Mimus. Which is a name that doesn't make a lot of sense, because it's like, presumably it doesn't look like the state of Montana, you know? But you would instantly know what it is. It's an ornithomimid from Montana. It's funny sometimes how these like dinosaur name suffixes just become I don't know, they lose their kind of literal meaning. Yeah. And yeah, I've seen some Sauronitholestes fossils in person at Museum of the Rock. We had some in collections. Up until they got their specimen up in Alberta, you know, we had the best one in the world, I think, in Bozeman. You would become the Montana State Paleontologist, lol. Oh boy, Ken, yeah. Oh yeah! Jim named Utah Raptor and became the Utah State Paleontologist. Montana Mimus. Yeah. That's the way to do it, Ken. Yeah. Anyway. Steely Dan. Is that a Hunt for Red October reference there? Steely Dan, you're aware that that's a like film hypothesis that some people have. Yeah. Anyway, I've heard this suggested before that Sam Neill's character from The Hunt for Red October, I want to say his final line is I would like to have seen Montana. And then the same actor shows up in Jurassic Park as a paleontologist in Montana. Coincidence? Yes, coincidence. But it's fun to... Yeah. The Montana Mimic has a good ring to it. Yeah, but it should have a Montana-shaped head. Yeah. Yeah. Ideally, it would have a head shaped like the state of Montana or something. At least that's how we would illustrate it. If it didn't have the skull with it, if it's just a complete skeleton otherwise, we'd have to illustrate it with a Montana-shaped skull. Yeah. To justify the name. Anyway. Let's see here. Diagonal says, if I had to be a dinosaur, I'd probably want to be a living one. But what kind of bird, Diagonal? Anyway, today, of course, was the eclipse. Did anyone here in chat happen to catch the eclipse? Either live? Were you able to see that outside? Hopefully without, you know, burning your eyes to a cinder? Or did you get to watch it online somewhere? I watched it right here on Twitch. And that was pretty awesome. It was pretty darn awesome. NASA had a wonderful stream of that. 11 days ago? No, it's from today. There we go. Yeah, this was pretty awesome. And I was really glad to be able to catch this.
Of getting mooned that I have ever experienced in my life.
Don't strain your eyes.
Oh, wow. I am just in awe. There just aren't the right words to describe this.
Look at that.
Noticing it feels so strange.
Look at that right there.
I feel the hair on my arms standing up. I feel like it's nighttime. And
It was pretty awesome.
Actually, folks, we're starting to get some nighttime
Went to the park. Cool, Britt.
coming out.
And you saw it immediately be dealing. Yeah. Yeah, wasn't this awesome?
Yeah, we are seeing bugs tonight. It's hard to hear them over the crowd, but I can definitely see them flying.
Yes, I think the animals are a little bit confused. Nikki, while I have you, you know, we've
99% totality. That's awesome, Matt. That's awesome.
No eclipse glasses required. As the Associate Director of Flight Programs, tell me, what can we expect NASA to be sending to the sun in the next few years?
We are so
And that's very cool, Grim Deviant. That's very, very cool.
Solar Max, we're getting ready to.
Awesome.
Take a look. Take a look. Put your glasses back on. Be safe. That is the diamond ring, folks. Wow, spectacular.
Pretty
oh my
cool.
gosh.
So, Snail Chaser,
Yes. Oh my gosh. And the
good friend of mine from here in the Bay Area, he actually flew to Missouri, St. Louis, I think, to be able to see it. I hope it went well.
What a moment.
Yeah.
I love those fireworks. Indianapolis is really pulling out all of the stops, and we love them for it.
So I was here in the
I
chat
also
for
want to take a
NASA.
moment here to thank our two telescope operators, John and Dana.
And I remember saying something along the lines of, like, it's just a really cool event. We, as scientists, when we're trying to communicate these ideas about science to the general public, we can talk and talk and talk about how, until we're blue in the face about these ideas of testability, of making testable predictions, and then running experiments to test them. This idea of falsifiability that is, like, at the core of science. It's a really important idea to communicate to the public. And nothing compares to a solar eclipse for demonstrating that to people. The way that astronomers and physicists can calculate out when an eclipse is predicted to occur. And they can make those predictions hundreds of years in advance, and then you wait and wait and wait and wait for that particular day. And everything that everything that we've been able to understand through the study of these systems predicts that, okay, an eclipse will occur on this particular path in this part of the world at this particular time.
Try not to go extinct.
Megatron, thank you for the follow.
That's it.
It's just beautiful that there can be a prediction made and then, bam, you get to test it with an eclipse. To me, it's such an elegant illustration of how science works. Here, take a look. Einstein, Albert Einstein, first achieved worldwide fame through a prediction that he made about an eclipse back in 1919. Take a look.
There's only one way to see the stars while the sun is out, and that's during a total solar eclipse. You have to be at the right place at the right time, under a clear sky, standing somewhere along the narrow path where the moon aligns perfectly between the sun and the earth. When the moon passes in front of the sun's disk, it darkens the sky just enough for distant stars to become visible. There have been many photos of total solar eclipses,
I'll be right back.
This one is special. It helped prove a radical idea that redefined gravity and turned Albert Einstein into a celebrity. Because the stars in this photo aren't where they're supposed to be. Isaac Newton laid the foundation for understanding the physical universe in the Principia, published in 1687. In it, he defined gravity as a force of attraction that draws massive objects, like stars and planets, toward each other and keeps them in orbit. And for more than 200 years, gravity was defined this way, as an attracting force. But Albert Einstein saw gravity as something completely different. According to his theory of general relativity, which he published in 1915, gravity isn't a force between objects in space. It's the influence of objects on the shape of space itself. According to Einstein, massive objects like the sun bend the space around them. So when a smaller object moves in a straight line along this space, it gets diverted because of the curve caused by the mass of the larger object. That puts one object in orbit around the other. And if Einstein was right, then the same curve would divert the path of light as well. Meaning,
Bingo, Commodore.
if you observe distant stars through a telescope on Earth while the sun is in front of them, their light, deflected by the sun's gravity, would make them appear slightly out of position. It was a revolutionary idea, but there was a big conflict keeping Einstein from testing it. The world was at war. Einstein
that little
lived
thing
in
we
Germany
called
at the
World
time,
War I.
but his work landed in the hands of
we
a
called it
British
the Great War at the time.
astrophysicist, Arthur Eddington.
But anyway, the 20th century is kind of a... It's interesting how much warfare affects the pursuit of science. Both in certain fields of science, for instance, astronomy and physics, having huge advances because suddenly there's an influx of defense spending on it. Same with the Cold War and stuff like that. World wars are generally bad for paleontology. Physicists and astronomers and astrophysicists and people like them, chemists too, oftentimes their fields see a tremendous amount of funding and growth, during armed conflict like that. For paleontology, it's usually the opposite. Yeah. Interesting how that works. Neil deGrasse Tyson actually has an interesting book about this called Accessory to War, I believe it's called. I've been listening to the audiobook on and off for a while now, and it's interesting stuff. Like an interesting lens to kind of examine the history of science, especially in the U.S. And yeah, there you go, Hugo. Yep. Yeah.
The world was at war. Einstein lived in Germany at the time, but his work landed in the hands of a British astrophysicist, Arthur Eddington. Even though they were on opposing sides of the war, Eddington, along with astronomer Frank Dyson, set out to test the theory. They would photograph a total solar eclipse. They needed to compare the position of a cluster of stars in the night sky with a photograph of the same stars during an eclipse. If the stars' apparent positions had shifted, it would prove that starlight was traveling through space curved.
And Dinosaur Dave? I've got it, Dinosaur Dave. That's why that's in the title. I'm glad you're here.
Sun's gravity. The May 1919 eclipse was the ideal one for this experiment. The sun would be in front of a very dense cluster of stars, the Hyades, and that meant multiple bright stars would be visible during the eclipse. Planning began in 1917, and a couple of years later,
And Positron says, will wars also advance technology rapidly? Certain kinds of technology, they retard the growth of other kinds of technology, Positron. That's the thing, is that if you have all of this military money that's being funneled into research and development for weapons or for remote sensing or for you know, other like sonar and stuff like that, or aerospace applications, then that's great for those fields. But if you're talking about technological advancement in things that don't have military application, sometimes that can set those fields back by decades, you know? So yeah.
Expeditions departed England. One, led by Eddington, went to the island of Principe in West Africa, and the other headed to Sobral, Brazil. Two locations that were in the path of the eclipse and had favorable climates.
They go diagonal, yeah.
Each group traveled with powerful photographic telescopes that could record detailed photos of space onto glass plates. Photographing the eclipse that May required transporting and then carefully assembling them in the field.
And British Asura, I had a whole talk about this. Well, not a whole talk, but part of it before the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Back in October. Here we go. That should be in here, I think. Yeah.
So you can see the Starlink there, the shade tarp, the solar generators, and then there's our quarry right there.
Yeah.
So as scientists, even though most of us are overworked and underpaid, we still come from a place of immense privilege. I believe that as scientists, we have a duty to disseminate what we've learned about the natural world to the general public.
Anyway,
Marie Curie invited for 29 society, especially in the United States. So with nuclear weapons as a new looming threat to human civilization, many members of the public naturally started to become mistrustful of science and scientists after World War II. But a major accelerant in this change was the launch of the Soviet satellite Sputnik 1 in October of 1957. Sputnik was the first man-made object to reach Earth orbit, and it caused a panic in the US as Americans realized that the Soviets were pulling ahead in terms of science and technology. And the fear was that this could result in the United States being destroyed in a war against the Soviet Union. So in response, the US government massively increased funding to scientists. The National Science Foundation, NSF, budget increased dramatically in 1957 and would continue to rise. So it was a good time to get funding as a scientist. Lots and lots of money coming in, but this paradigm disincentivized doing outreach and interacting with regular people.
I don't know, Dex.
So Sean Otto writes in The War on Science. Let me read this. I'm reading it off the screen. With tax money pouring in from a vastly expanding economy and the public respect affording authority of the white lab coat, 2 generations of scientists instead had only to impress their own university departments and government agencies to keep research funds coming their way. But they no longer had to impress the public, which was growing increasingly mistrustful of science. But this was a turning point. Scientists, by and large, had lost their relationship with the public, had stopped doing science outreach because of Cold War funding. But then, with the end of the Cold War, decades later, they lost the funding too. So the argument is that this is part of the reason for such poor science literacy in the United States. So
anyway, I'll give you the link to this if you'd like to watch the whole thing. But yeah, there we go. The talk I gave for the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology, my professional society that I'm part of. But yeah. Let's get back to where we were in the video here with Einstein and this eclipse, solar eclipse in 1919.
The path of the eclipse and had favorable climates. Each group traveled with powerful photographic telescopes that could record detailed photos of space onto glass plates. Photographing the eclipse that May required transporting and then carefully assembling them in the field, with the plates tilted 45 degrees on one of the telescopes to include as many bright stars as possible. And this was the result. This is one of the few successful plates from the 1919 expeditions.
Nice.
It came from Brazil. It shows the eclipse during totality, the sun's corona bursting forth, and the rarely seen solar prominence.
Nice.
Most importantly,
beautiful
bright stars of the Hyades. Back in England, Eddington compared the position of the stars from the eclipse plate with another of the night sky, using a machine that can take measurements within photos at the microscopic level. The comparison revealed that the stars had shifted during the eclipse by roughly the amount that Einstein predicted. According to Newton's calculations, starlight should bend near the sun too, but if Einstein was right, that deviation would be twice what Newton predicted. Eddington's results showed that the deflection of the stars came closer to Einstein's calculation than Newton's. It wasn't a perfect match, but it was close enough to validate the theory of general relativity and completely shift our understanding of the universe.
Pretty cool.
The success of the experiment was first announced in the Times of London on November 7th, 1919, almost a year to the day after the end of World War I. An Englishman had gone to great lengths to prove the ideas of a German, and the news that space is warped by the planets and stars excited the world. Einstein, who before this moment was only known in the physics world, essentially became a celebrity overnight.
He
remained
arguably the most famous person in the world after this happened. Everyone knew his name. He would get like fan letters from across the planet. He was asked to give talks at universities and lecture halls and auditoria around the globe. He was essentially the biggest celebrity on the planet.
An international pop culture icon for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And a favorite subject of press photographers.
Uh-huh.
Observing eclipses continued to be one way of testing general relativity for decades to come, with more sophisticated equipment repeatedly confirming the accuracy of Einstein's theory. General relativity allowed physicists to begin to understand advanced concepts about the universe, like black holes, which ultimately led to this, the first photograph of a black hole, taken in 2019.
Pretty
a
cool.
century after Eddington first proved Einstein's theory with a photo, and completely changed our definition of gravity.
Well, it ended abruptly, but yeah. Wasn't that called Baby Einstein, Hugan? But yeah. And thank you, Eldriasaur. I appreciate the hydrate. Yeah. And there was a solar prominence on one of the feeds today. I saw that, Jody Fish, yeah. People in the Twitch chat were calling it a solar flare, but yeah. Anyway. I love this kind of thing. As a scientist, that's a story that gets me right here, right in the heart. When you can perform these calculations and make a prediction about what's going to occur at a particular time in a particular place, and then it happens. That's pretty darn cool. It's pretty darn cool. And that idea of making and testing predictions, and that's at the core of science. So it's just a very elegant example of that. I like a lot. Yeah. It's like magic, except it's science. It's perfectly explicable by what we've learned about the world around us. Yeah, you were in the path of totality? Very cool, Samikian. Very, very cool. I'm glad they liked it. I'm glad they were excited. They'll remember that for their whole lives, I'm sure. Pretty neat. And Bill Nye hosted an Eclipse livestream. Very, very neat. Yeah. And Roseanne, that's an Aussie comment. Oh. I thought it was those scam tapes that you play to your children to try and grow their brains. We have a thing like that in the US called Baby Einstein. Where it's like, oh, if you expose your children to classical music, their brains will swell or something. I doubt there's any empirical evidence to show that. Would I like that that movie, Hugin? Okay, nice. Yeah, here, before we get into our robotic dinosaurs for today, why don't we take a look at what I've extracted from the P.O. box? We've got two different packages. Two parcels to open up here. One from Dinosaur Dave and one from I know not who. Let's open our mystery one first. It's from Texas. You have to expose them to surf rock, says Gertis Bugga. Well, have your children and or fetuses watch this channel. And, yeah. They'll get plenty of surf rock here. An Algeriosaur, that is indeed Pachycephalosaurus there. We've got Pachycephalosaurus, Diplodocus, Protoceratops, and does anybody remember the name of this guy here? Early Jurassic Thyreophorion. Does anybody remember this one here? Possibly the most complete dinosaur ever found in the UK. Nope, Star King, not David. Good. I can't say good guess. Jonathan, nope. No. This animal is, of course, Scelidosaurus. Early Thyreophorion dinosaur from the early Jurassic of the United Kingdom. Scelidosaurus. Good stuff. But yeah. It was named after, I think, William Harrison? Benjamin Harrison? Not William Henry Harrison, not the very long-lived U.S. president. No, the Scelidosaurus named after. It was a physician, a medical doctor at the time, who I think found or purchased the specimen, perhaps? Skull, postcranial skeleton armor. Nope. Quarry owner James Harrison of Charmouth, West Dorset of England, found the fossils in the cliffs of the Black Fen between Charmouth and Lyme Regis. That is part of the skull. This skull has since been reconstructed, and we have it here, 3D printed for your viewing pleasure. So there you go. An Algeriosaur? Yes, indeed. That is the one in St. George, Utah. Bingo. Yeah, that's literally the same photo right there. Yeah. There it is. We probably had similar dinosaurs in North America at the time. Some of the footprints at the dinosaur discovery site was it Johnson Farm in St. George, Utah? Some of those are probably from a very Scelidosaurus-like animal. Anyway. And Dex says, seems like a lot of dinosaur history happened in the UK. No. Well, the early history of dinosaur paleontology was dominated by the UK because the UK was a powerhouse in science at the time. Dinosaur paleontology saw its birth in the UK, and then, frankly, not much has happened there since Victorian times, if we're being honest. Yeah. The most complete dinosaur ever found in the UK is this one, I would say. And this was discovered back in when was it? During the 1850s. Yeah. It was named in 1859. That was kind of the last time that the UK really led dinosaur paleontology. Sorry, it's true. But yeah. Dr. Irrefutable says British dinosaur paleontologists are tut-tutting now. They're very good at that, Dr. Irrefutable. Yeah. I'm just being salty as an American, you know? But, there are, frankly, more dinosaur paleontologists in the UK than there are dinosaurs to study. Yeah. But it's true, British history. Yes, no one owns dinosaurs. Exactly right. Yeah. They existed long before any of our, political boundaries, nation-state borders, anything like that. Britain is not a very large landmass. You wouldn't expect it to be the sort of place where you would find very much of anything, honestly. So it's pretty darn cool that island happened to be the birthplace of dinosaur paleontology and have the first dinosaurs ever scientifically studied, named, published, etc. But that is, it's a result of... It's a result of the English Empire's power at the time. That's what it is. But yeah. Yeah. Very funny dinosaur thing. Shoot. Yeah. Anyway. You were exactly right, Dex. You're exactly right. Yeah. Here, let's open up this package. Sent all the way from Texas, and... Oh, it's an Amazon package. Hang on. It's... a bamboo wireless mouse. Well, I really appreciate that. I will be able to use this while I'm streaming during the summer. Yeah, holy cow. I was actually able to return the other one under warranty, and I've got a replacement now, but this, I might be able to use this. This is so I was not able to find this anywhere. That's so funny, but I'm sure I can use this while I'm streaming remotely. Very, very cool. Again, I was able to return this one under warranty because it was like a defect in the manufacturing. The scroll wheel that stopped working, but who is this from? From Axeman. I hope this fixes your scroll wheel issues. From Axeman 1984. I really appreciate that, Axeman. Thank you. I don't know if you're here right now, but I want you to know how much I appreciate your generosity and your thoughtfulness there, Axeman. I appreciate your support. Thank you very much. It's good stuff. It is good stuff. Yeah. And Trace, yeah, it's pretty cool having I've got a cat on my desk now too. Mini Pie, how are you doing? I'm just about to show this off. I can show you off as well. So we have a cat here on the desk and a knife. Let's get that knife folded up and put away. But we've also got a bamboo keyboard and mouse. They're not really at their proper color right now. Let me adjust here. There we go. That's a bit more true to life in terms of the coloration. Yeah. Bamboo keyboard and mouse, and I've got a command for that. What is it? There we go. Yeah. If you'd like to purchase one for yourself, Trace, I might even get a small kickback from that from Amazon. But they're pretty cool. I like having these a lot. Back when I worked at a car dealership, when I was selling Toyotas, trying to make ends meet back in Bozeman, Montana, I had that on my desk at the time, and I made several, probably half a dozen different sales because somebody was just, you know, I don't know, they're waiting for their car to be serviced or something, and they're walking around the showroom floor. They walk by my desk and they're like, hang on, is that a wooden keyboard? I'm like, yeah, you want to see it? And we got to talking. Maybe they would see some of the dinosaur figures I had on my desk, and we'd talk about dinosaurs, and they're like, we'd have a nice conversation, and they'd be like, do you want to sell me a car? And I'd say, sure. Sounds good to me. And, yeah. You'd be amazed at how often that happens. It'd be like once every couple weeks. You know, having a desk that looked cool and had interesting things on it. Yeah. That keyboard paid for itself so many times over. But yeah. Anyway, Mini Pie, you're back. You've returned. Here, let's get the cat cam going. Uh-oh. It's frozen on you from last time. Here, what did you do, Mini Pie? There we go, that's better. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah. We're pushing the camera around. Anyway, Paleontologist VA, it's good to see you. Hello. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, oh yeah, and shoot, Baron Georges Cuvier had he's often considered the father of paleontology, Britishosaurus, and we will be talking about him next month on Monday the 13th. We'll be talking about Georges Cuvier, the discoverer of extinction. We'll be talking about him then. Discoverer of extinction, father of paleontology, he's sometimes called father of extinction studies. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. But for right now, it is time we talked about robotic dinosaurs. And to segue us into that, there. The whole reason that we're doing a stream on robotic dinosaurs is in honor of National Robotics Week. What is National Robotics Week? Oh wait, and Dinosaur Dave. Let's open your box first. Your parcel. Yes, Dinosaur Dave. Let's do it. Let's do it. I'm sorry. So many things going on. I got it right here. Let's get some appropriate tunes here. And let's see if this works. This be any good? From Dinosaur Dave, all the way from Australia. Well, well, well. What is this? Let's take a look. That package covers the first 6,000 kilometers of my road trip. From Coonabarabran to Adelaide via Canberra and Melbourne. Very cool, Dinosaur Dave. That's a lot of kilometers. That is a lot of kilometers. Let's take a look. Holy cow. I'm not missing anything in here. Be thorough. Holy cow. Dinosaur Dave. Is that Coolasuchus right there? Prehistoric Bass Coast. Quantosaurus, Galeanosaurus, Atlas Copcosaurus. Coolasuchus. Oh, this is lovely. Yeah. Paper and stickers, landscape. This is lovely, Dinosaur Dave. This is lovely. And look at these coins as well. That looks like my good friend Leptoceratops. Serendipitoceratops may or may not be a ceratops, and I kind of doubt that it is, but super cool, Dinosaur Dave. This is awesome. These are some nice stickers as well. I might have to put these on eventually when I get a new laptop. Very, very cool, Dinosaur Dave. Dinosaurs and prehistoric creatures of the Bass Coast. 125 million years ago. That is lovely. You know, parts of Australia today look a lot like that. Down near, like, Oh. What are you doing, Moonpie? Well, hello, Moonpie. We have our second cat of the stream who has come to join us. Moonpie wanted to see what all the fuss is about. Yeah, Tasmania actually looks a lot like this today. HC Fowl, thank you for the follow. Oh. Moonpie. Ugh, Moonpie. Gross. Yeah. You sneezed all over me. What are you doing, Moonpie? What are you doing? Yeah. Trace, I don't have any cats. There are 3 cats who live here who are, ladies of the manor. They are my landlords, so to speak. But they're all lady cats. What are you doing back there, Moonpie? Anywho, look at this wonderful. That is beautiful. Is that a skua? Or is it a... It's not an albatross. What is that? Lovely bird. Oh, moon pie. Yeah. A petrel. Very nice. Maxi cards. Cool, cool, cool. Not for long-term storage. Okay. These are postcards. Oh, these are super, super cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. First day of issue. That is pretty special. And it's got a stamp. Oh, man. That's a physical stamp right there. That is awesome, Dinosaur Dave. I will show these off on Thursday Birds Day this week. I'll save them for then. Along with these. Oh, that is awesome. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Australian ground parrots. Very nice. What do you think, Moon Pie? You approve? Yeah. Oh, she approves. Yeah. I like how you're, apart from sneezing all over me, you're less obnoxious than Mini Pie on the stream, or sometimes even Sweetie Pie. Sweetie Pie loves to just get in front of the camera and stare into chat's soul. Mass Coast Dinosaurs Trail. I'm really looking forward to looking at these in depth later on, Dinosaur Dave. This is awesome. Age of Fishes Museum. I wonder if John Long had anything to do with that. Famed Australian vertebrate paleontologist John Long. Fish specialist John Long. This is really neat, Dinosaur Dave. This is so cool. Diprotodon! Yeah. Pretty neat. Moon Pie, what do you... Moon Pie is like pawing at some of the stuff I have on the desk. Yeah. There's so much in here, Dinosaur Dave. This is awesome. Thank you, thank you. Holy cow. Look at all this, Moon Pie. Look at all this. Here, it's a coin. See that? Let's take a look at some of these coins. There is a... And is that a Diprotodon right there? Beautiful. Big ol' marsupial megafauna. A member of the marsupial megafauna endemic to Australia. Diprotodon is basically like a... Think about like a wombat the size of a rhinoceros. That's what that is, Moon Pie. That's what that is. Yeah. We've got a kookaburra. Wooden puzzle right here. That is really cool. Oh, this is neat, Dinosaur Dave. This is really neat. We've got a Triceratops, not from Australia, but still very cool. A Triceratops medallion from the National Dinosaur Museum in Canberra. Now, Canberra is Canberra the capital of Australia? I want to say it is. Very cool. Oh, it's gotta be. If it's the National Dinosaur Museum, it's gotta be in the capital. An interesting capital city. I'm sure it's not the largest city in Australia, but just like Washington, D.C. is not the largest city in the U.S. Who is this? Oh, Thylaccoleo. Very cool. Marsupial lion. We've got a bat. From, Narakorti. Caves National Park. Very nice. National Parks and Wildlife tokens. Oh, these are super cool, Dinosaur Dave. These are super cool. Yeah. An echidna! Yes! Some love for the monotremes. That is super, super cool. Take a look at that. Yeah. Lovely. I appreciate this so much, Dinosaur Dave. Very thoughtful. From Wellington Caves, we've got a lovely magnet right here. Check that out. Yeah. A Diprotodon skull right there. From Wellington Caves. Oh, this is neat stuff. Yeah. And Diplodocus. Got an old tail-draggy Diplodocus here. But it's beautiful nonetheless. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Really neat. Yeah. Age of Fishes Museum. Look at that Sarcopterygian fish there. Beautiful. And we've got a, what looks like a jawless fish, like a placoderm fish down there. I'm not sure who this is at the top. We'll have to learn. But right in the middle, that almost looks like Eusthenopteron, or a similar Sarcopterygian fish, closely related to our ancestors. Pretty neat. And, of course, Diplodocus again. National Dinosaur Museum. Oh! Australovenator. Well, well, well. One of the endemic theropods to Australia. Very cool. This is neat stuff, Dinosaur Dave. This is neat stuff. And there's another. This one. Is that Minmai? Or is it Kunbarasaurus? Kunbarasaurus. Very cool. Oh, that's super neat. Yeah. You know what? I should take this to Berkeley tomorrow. Because I'm probably going to see Ralph Molnar there. And I'll ask him what he thinks of it. He may or may not have described Kunbarasaurus. Here. Let me look that up real quick. Kunbarasaurus. Leahy et al. 2015. Oh, Ralph Molnar is one of the authors on the paper. Yeah. I'm probably going to see him tomorrow at the museum. I should bring this. And ask him what he thinks of seeing one of the dinosaurs he described on a coin. That's pretty neat. That's pretty neat. Dinosaurs on our doorstep. Vast coast of Victoria. There's Lialanosaura. I recognize this illustration. It goes back to like late 90s, I think. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Look at the, oh. Very cool. And we've got some stamps right there. Koolasuchus. Pretty neat. Oh, this is lovely. What a beautiful little piece of Australian dinosaur paleontology done it today. And is that a bilby right there? Dinosaur Dave, this is brilliant. Thank you for sending this. Holy cow. A cotton canvas print. Well, you can bet your whatever Australian slang is for butt. You can bet that, Dinosaur Dave, that I will be having this in the background of our Easter stream next year in honor of the Easter Bilby. That is lovely. Bet you old bottom Bilby. There you go, Jody Fish. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, Dinosaur Dave. And then we've got this as well, and a map. Oh man, look at that big Sarcopterygian fish right there. Yeah. Lovely. Oh, this is super cool, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you for sending this. Holy moly. Very cool. The Age of Fishes Museum. Yeah. Super cool stuff. Devonian fishes. I wasn't really aware that Australia had a history of, or rather had a, fossil localities with Devonian fishes. It makes a lot of sense when I think about the different researchers who work on those kinds of fishes who live in Australia. But I've never really thought about it before. Anyway, this is super cool. Thank you so much, Dinosaur. There's so much in here. Yeah. But it does make perfect sense when you think about Neoceratodus forsteri, aka the Queensland lungfish. Of which I have a 3D print. I still need to paint it, I guess. But, take a look. This is Methuselah, believed to be the oldest aquarium fish in the world. She lives right here in the San Francisco
Bay Area. I can literally just hold her in my arms and just like move her, manipulate her in the tank any way that I want. Because if she's hungry, it's a very good motivator.
Yeah. Amazing critter.
They're pretty rare in Australia nowadays. I don't know how it was back in the 30s, but they're protected by the Australian government, so it's probably impossible or very difficult to get another specimen over here in the States.
So, to be clear, this is a fish that is alive today. But there are relatives of this fish, like the one from that image there that I was showing you, that go all the way back to the Devonian period. 350 million years ago or more. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to think about. Yeah, here. Australian lungfish. I'm trying to find you a decent video about these lovely critters. We will do a lungfish stream at some point. It might be after I get back from the field. In fact, let's be honest, it probably will be. Yeah, let's take a look at this.
One character has waited months for the water to return. A lungfish spends each dry season
I do have that.
Underground.
Let me see if I can find it.
It's a living fossil, a fish with primitive limbs that breathes air. And now there's water. Every few minutes, it must surface to breathe. In the space of a few weeks, the water hole has been transformed. The only life that remains is confined to a few elephant footprints.
I'm sure it's in my email, though. This is not Australian lungfish. This is an African lungfish, I think. Prototeris is the genus.
The lungfish must move now.
It's not super closely related.
Its powerful jaws and primitive limbs to leave the water in the same way that its relatives did.
And thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate
hundreds
you.
Of millions of years ago.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. You enjoy the rest of your day on your road trip here.
It will bury down to spend the dry season safely cocooned in the mud.
Yep. Australian lungfish do not do this, but I know that African lungfish, genus Prototeris, they definitely do this. This is one of them.
The lungfish is estivating. Its metabolism has slowed to a rate just sufficient to keep it alive.
Yeah.
It can survive like this for up to 5 years.
Doesn't even show the dramatic part where it comes out of the ground like a zombie after the rains start again. It's pretty neat, you know? It is a pretty neat critter. Yeah. Here, let's see here. Yeah, shoot. I'll have to look for that later, Smurf. Because it's not in the email account I thought it would be in. I know I've got it, and I know we showed it on stream before. I'll have to track that down before we do another lungfish stream. Yeah. Anyway.
Hey, could I just get a single living dinosaur?
Sweet Vinaya, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here. Now, almost 2 hours into the stream, we're getting into talking about our designated subject for the day. Robotic dinosaurs. For National Robotics Week. What is National Robotics Week, you might be asking? Well, let's take a look, because I'm not totally sure myself.
STEM education is important because it really teaches kids the building blocks of how to think and problem solve.
National Robotics Week is a very important program.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Idao's search has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Idao ENV, thank you Idao for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. I don't recognize that name. Is it your first time here, perhaps? Maybe not. But welcome, welcome. If you or anybody else is new here, let me introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduzo. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature. And we're about to talk about robotic dinosaurs here. Because it's National Robotics Week, apparently, and that's what we're about to explore here. And Adele, holy cow! Do I appreciate that? Rated in with Lily Meraki before? Idao, thank you so much. Oh no, sorry, Murph! Wait, no. Murph!
50 subs.
50 gift subs. Murph! Holy moly, do I appreciate that, Murph. It's your Murph Day today? Well, thank you. And happy Murph Day, Murph. Happy Murph Day to us all. Holy cow. Murph. Holy moly. Thank you for those 50 gift subs. Look at that. We're more than a third of the way to our goal. It's only Monday. Murph, thank you so much for your generosity. There are 50 people now who are singing your praises because they won't have to watch any ads at all for the next 30 days. Thank you, Mirth. And happy Mirth Day. I hope you had a great weekend. I hope you're having a great day. It's great to have you here. Mirth, you've been such a wonderful supporter of this community, and we all appreciate it. Not just me, but... And Spartan, 10 more! Spartan, holy cow. It's lovely Tinamu here. So excited for those 10 gift subs. Uh-oh. Oh, shoot. Not again.
So Spartan Zero is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Spartan. We're at 62 now. Holy cow. We've only got, what, 70 gift subs left for the week? It's only Monday? Thank you, Spartan. Really appreciate that. Mirth, I hope you're having a good day. I'm honored that you'd spend part of your birthday with us. It's good to have you here, as it always is. Shall we get into our discussion of robotics? I say let's get into it.
STEM education is important because it really teaches kids the building blocks of how to think and problem solve.
Of course, ouch, yeah.
National Robotics Week is a very important program to try to inspire kids to understand more about the world that they live in.
Okay.
The science behind the things that move and exist in our world.
STEM education today is so important because of relevance. There was other things that were relevant in the past, but today, STEM-based products just surround us. The electronics and code that run your car, to running planes, to your smartphone, to computers, to IoT devices in your home for home automation. Everything falls under this umbrella of STEM.
One way that adults, whether it's parents or companies or organizations that are in a community, can really help instill a love of robotics and STEM for kids.
Okay, I think we're getting the idea. And Spent CPA, thank you for those 2 gift subs. I do appreciate that. Gertie the Dinosaur is
Spent CPA subscription.
actually going to come up in our discussion today, I suspect. Yes, there is a parallel between robotic dinosaurs and Gertie the Dinosaur.
To provide them exposure. Allow kids to explore and take things apart. Because one of the things about robotics is that it allows you to be creative. It allows you to solve problems.
I think that robots are starting to enter into more everyday experiences. They're entering into more of people's lives, and people are really starting to understand that we are entering into this era of human-robot interaction.
Robotics is going to have a huge impact over the next 10 years on everyday consumers.
Robots will be pervasive in some form or fashion, just like with cell phones. Everyone will have a robot, at least for some application in their life.
As people...
Shoot, I honestly have a robot right here in my office right now. I used it a lot more back when I lived in my apartment, but since I moved here, it doesn't work as well because I've got a big rug on the floor. But yeah, it is a robotic vacuum. It's like a Roomba knockoff. It honestly doesn't work super well. It was kind of designed for hardwood floors. And most of my my office, my room here is covered by a big rug now. So yeah. Does it have UV? I'm not sure, Murph. I don't know. Yeah. Anyway. A couple of Christmases ago, I actually got a better version of this. It wasn't an official Roomba, but it was like one step up from this. I got it for Ios and Lordy. Eufy is the brand name, I guess. They've been using that for years. But yeah, I know. I do almost most of my vacuuming in my office and in my room by hand now. An old-fashioned vacuum cleaner. Because this just doesn't do a great job. But it was great for my old apartment. I was thinking of 3D printing a big trilobite to put on top, so it's like a trilobite scuttling around the floor. Maybe I'll still do that at some point, but yeah. But yeah, anyway, you get the idea. I guess that's National Robotics Week, is this idea that, like, you get kids interested in robotics, and... well, honestly, one of the ways to get kids interested in robotics is through dinosaurs. From the very earliest days of robotics, dinosaurs have been one of those bow plans that people creating robots have sought to emulate. Basically since like the 1930s, with some of the earliest animatronics. Let me show you. There we go. From 1914. The film Brute Force. There was a life-size Ceratosaurus animatronic. This was a silent film. Very, very early days of cinema. And already, at this very, very, very early stage, we had an animatronic dinosaur. The history of animatronics is filled with dinosaurs. And that's part of what we're discussing today. Some of these are a little on the old side, like these.
The exhibit, you get the sensation of having stepped through some doorway in time. Back 200 million years. You're now in the prehistoric past, where long-extinct creatures still roam the Earth's strange terrain. These creatures are half-size replicas of what scientists believe were the real thing. A lumbering Apatosaurus munching ancient fauna. The Adathosaurus, about the size of a modern-day crocodile and just as threatening. The dual-horned Triceratops with its horny cowl. And the spiked-back Stegosaurus.
I'm sorry. What? Did you catch that? Did he say the dual-horned Triceratops?
The dual-horned Triceratops with its horny...
Two horns and one nose spike. I mean, it's got two brow horns, but it's also got a nasal horn, you know? Diceratops, I guess. Yeah, that's now not considered a valid genus, Flug. But yeah. Tri equals 3.
and the spiked-back stegosaurus.
I'll excuse him calling the frill of Triceratops a cowl, but to miscount the number of horns... Yeah. Or calling the plates on the back of Stegosaurus spikes. A lot of people make that mistake, sure.
Horned Triceratops with its horny cowl, and the spiked-back Stegosaurus. These creatures subsisted mostly off plants and insects, but let's not forget the villain of all...
Wait, who? Insects? What?
Triceratops with its horny cowl, and the spiked-back Stegosaurus. These creatures subsisted mostly off plants and insects.
I've never heard it proposed before that Triceratops or Stegosaurus subsisted mostly on insects. I don't know where they're getting this.
But let's not forget the villain of old. That well-known carnivore, the ferocious Tyrannosaurus Rex, chomping and gnashing its dagger-like fangs, ready to make a meal of its neighbors.
I mean, they're distinctly not dagger-like, especially for Tyrannosaurus. They're less dagger-like than the teeth of most theropods, but...
We felt that it was imperative that we just not bring these creatures in and plug them in like they've done in other institutions around the country, but to actually give you a sense of what it was like back in that era.
Hanging moss and eerie lights create the finishing touches of this tropical rainforest that existed when the Earth was young.
The Earth wasn't young. The Earth wasn't much younger than it is today. Oh boy, it's a cliche that I'm always trying to push against. You know? Here. We're here in the present. In the Cenozoic era. 0 million years ago is the present. Dinosaurs, except for a few birds, died out at the end of the Mesozoic 66 million years ago. Dinosaurs first evolved here in probably like the end of the Middle Triassic. About 235, 240 million years ago, give or take. The Earth was not young back then. You know, when the Earth was young, you had to go back further and further and further and further and further and further and further. There we go. Now the Earth is young. Billions of years ago. Not just a couple 100 million, but billions of years ago, the Earth was young. You know? Yeah. Yeah, the oldest dinosaurs we have are from about 235. That's like Eoraptor would be Carnian, I think, Murph. Yeah. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah. And Flug says, what separates the ages in the right column? Time. Yeah. So, these are, ages or stages in the right column here. The Maastrichtian, for instance, is the very end of the Cretaceous period. It's in the upper Cretaceous period, the Maastrichtian stage, or Maastrichtian age. I say stage, usually. I find it's less confusing when I say stage rather than age for non-geologists or non-paleontologists. But this is when Triceratops and T-Rex lived. Stegosaurus lived back in the, I think like the Kimmeridgian through the Tithonian. Those stages of the upper Jurassic period. But yeah, they're all separated by time here. If that makes sense. Yeah. In diagnosis, usually some recognizable, common, widespread, small marine fossil is used to help identify ages or stages. Yeah. Biostratigraphy. You know? Each one of these, actually... Here, I can show you. Oh, goodness. The camera's frozen again. That's better. This. So there are... Sorry. Hit the soundboard button. But for each one of these different geological stages like this, we've got different fossil critters that help us make sense of it. There we go. And there's lots of other stuff too. Like, here's a particular isotope that rises and falls, and you can test for that in certain layers of rock and figure out exactly what age that should be in based on that. But a lot of these are based on microfossils or macrofossils. Different kinds of, like, index taxa. Yeah. Here, maybe I need volume 2 for this. There we go. This is exactly what I was looking for. So, fossil ammonites. These lovely, almost squid-like critters. That lived during the age of dinosaurs like this. These creatures are constantly evolving and changing in all kinds of crazy ways. Here we go.
With a rising tide.
They came in a bewildering variety of shapes and sizes. And they're really, really good for identifying different strata in the Mesozoic, because they only lived for a short period of time before they would either evolve or go extinct. These different kinds of ammonites.
Escaped the rock pools. Less than 1 in 100 has survived several months at sea.
Yeah.
But these few have been particularly lucky. Ocean currents have carried them to an ideal place to live. Seagrass beds off the coast of Europe.
I don't know if that's going to be a true seagrass, because I don't think that evolved until after the Cretaceous, but...
Here, shoals of ammonites occur in a surprising variety of sizes and shapes.
All these lovely critters. And so a lot of the soft tissue stuff is more or less guesswork, Britishosaur, yeah. Yeah.
This strange 6-foot-long giant is Baculites, which feeds near the sea floor. And almost matching it in size, Diplomoceras.
Like a paperclip.
Like a giant paperclip.
Yep. Yeah. Wild.
They all flourish here, thanks to an abundance of food. Plankton, small crustaceans, some even eat fish.
Cool critters, ammonites. Really, really neat.
These hatchlings are beginning to acquire the extraordinary shape they will have when they are mature. The protruding spiral identifies them as young Nostoceras.
Is that what the adults look like?
These are adult Nostoceras.
Yeah.
They favor the seafloor in deeper waters.
What was the campaign? Oh, really? Diagonal. Interesting. And thank you, Paleontologist VA. I'll take a look at that in a minute when we're done talking about this. Yeah, very cool stuff. What a bizarre animal.
Ammonites have been thriving in these prehistoric oceans for almost 400 million years.
And so these tend to be pretty common fossils in different deposits, and they evolve very quickly. They've got a very short kind of species lifespan. So here, you've got various kinds of ammonites in the base of the Ladinian stage of the Triassic system at Bagolino, northern Italy, for instance. And different kinds of ammonites are only found in certain strata. And sometimes these are actually used to kind of mark the beginnings and ends of these different geological stages, those subdivisions of the geological periods. So within the Triassic period, you'll have a bunch of different stages, and those are often defined by critters like these. Because they'll show up, they'll become very common, and then they just blink out of existence. They either go extinct, or they evolve into something else. But for a lot of these different critters, they don't stick around for very long. Well, that's really helpful for us as paleontologists. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And, Mount Olympus, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Let me put this book back. Yeah. And thanks for having a show. Thanks for being here, Mount Olympus. Appreciate it. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Oh, that's neat. I've seen this before, because I think I've seen it before anyway. But yeah, we will talk about this a little bit. Did you timestamp it, Paleontologist VA? Jim Kirkland, whom I work with in the field, used to work for Dynamation. He used to be the official Dynamation paleontologist. But as we're speaking of robotic dinosaurs, we'd be remiss, of course, if we didn't talk about Dynamation here. Here, take a look.
To the entire community, Dynamation has launched Discovery Express, a science outreach program.
Very cool.
Through imaginative interactive devices and teacher training, the museum can now provide a much-needed service by fostering early appreciation of science at the primary grade levels.
Very nice.
Please greet Dr. Robert Barker, who will tell us about hot and cold running dinosaurs.
Another important element in Dynamation's master plan is a variety of special events.
Now that thigh bone is 2 meters long, 6 feet. Here's the same thigh bone with a dead graduate student for scale. One of the many uses of graduate students.
Special events. They range from the opportunity to dig for dinosaur bones in Grand Junction, Colorado, to an irresistible Broadway-style production called Dinosaurs, Dinosaurs, a Mesozoic musical, conceived and directed by Slim Goodbody.
Oh boy.
Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? It's me! Wow! Terrible! Terrible!
Anyway, let's get to the robotic dinosaurs here.
Oh,
George Rostowski, okay.
Dinosauria. Each issue of this full-color magazine.
Anyway, this is kind of like a commercial for Dynamation here.
Continued high level of mutual success now and into the 21st century.
So Dynamation International was a company that produced these robotic dinosaur models for traveling shows, for museums, for all kinds of different places like that. It's from 1988, so this is before Jim worked for them. And I guess that's the end of it. Okay. But neat stuff. Yeah. You wouldn't expect that dinosaurs would be... I don't know. When people think of robotics, they often think of futuristic applications. They might think of well, the future. It might seem at odds that creatures that lived hundreds of millions of years ago, in many cases, like dinosaurs, be a popular subject for robotics, and yet, again and again and again, big animatronic creatures are very often dinosaurs. Some of those are even used for research purposes, not just for entertainment. But here's an article from 2001 from Scientific American. To the high-pitched hissing sounds of electric servos, Trudy slowly tilts forward. 14 tiny motors in her limbs begin to hum as her shins lift up from her feet. She stretches her legs and rises to an upright position. Still wobbling back and forth a bit, she takes her first timid step forward, then another, and then she is walking. That scene played out for the first time this past spring when Trudy, a 10-pound, two-legged robotic replica of a Troodon dinosaur from the Cretaceous period, took her maiden stroll through Peter Dilworth's lab. Oh, and hello, we've got another tentatively stepping creature here. It's Sweetie Pie, who might step onto the desk here in a minute. Sweetie Pie, how are you doing?
Those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
And Nell, thank you for the 22 months of support.
An eclipse and Danny tonight? Oh yes.
Appreciate that, Nell. Thank you, thank you. Sweetie Pie, you are our third cat to appear on stream today. Holy moly, and that it's frozen again. Stupid webcam. There we go. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. You know what that means, chat? That is all 3 cats on stream today. That is what we call here a cat trick, you know?
Oh, baby, a triple! Oh, yeah!
Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Sweetie Pie, you're just gonna stand in front of my camera, aren't you? Completely blocking the other camera. What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah. Trifecta. Yeah, there you go, Diagonal. Can I give you a treat, Sweetie Pie? Would you appreciate that? Would you like a treat? Did I get that for you? Yeah, you know that sound. You know that sound. Let's get that for you. Here you go. Yeah. What do you think? Pretty good, Sweetie Pie? Oh, good girl, sweetie. Yeah. Oh, I'll see you later. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah. Anywho, ladies and gentlemen, Sweetie Pie. Anywho, back to Trudy the Robot Troodon. I remember reading about this when I was a kid. Trudy, a 10-pound, two-legged robot replica of a Troodon dinosaur from the Cretaceous period, took her maiden stroll through Peter Dilworth's lab. As scientists continue to argue over whether it was really possible to clone a dinosaur, a la Jurassic Park, Dilworth, a research scientist at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's Leg Lab, part of MIT's Artificial Intelligence Laboratory, simply built one himself. He chose to model a troodon for its small size and big brain. The ratio of its brain size to its body weight makes it the brainiest of the dinosaurs, Dilworth says, which may or may not be true. But they do definitely have a big old EQ, encephalization quotient. Here. Take a look at this. This is the kind of dinosaur we're talking about here. This is also from Prehistoric Planet.
Most animals flee from the flames. But for some, the disaster creates opportunities. This 6-foot-long dinosaur, a troodontid, is one of the smaller members of the theropod group.
Mantalimpos says, did dinosaurs have skin like reptiles or hair like humans? It depends what kind of dinosaur we're talking about, Mantalimpos. Some of them, like Troodon here, or troodontids, like this troodontid. Troodon is a member of the troodontid family. This troodontid from Alaska doesn't have a name yet, I don't think. They had feathers. And Riley Theme Ode, hey, how are you doing?
Give it a cute sight, even in this smoky gloom. And for its size, its brain is one of the largest on the planet.
Yep. Big brain on these critters.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic.
Yeah. And Metalimpos, we are not dinosaurs. No. So dinosaurs are a specific group of reptiles that includes birds. The way that we as scientists classify living things is based on their ancestry. So dinosaurs, in order to be a dinosaur, you have to have evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. That's all. When we say that different creatures are related to each other, that literally means they are literally related to each other. Not just they look similar or they have similar vibes. If two creatures are related, it means that they share a common ancestor. In the same way that, like, you're related to your cousins, for instance. You know? Where you share the same grandparents. That's how you're related to your cousins. Different living things are related to each other if they share the same ancestor. So birds are a kind of dinosaur because you can trace their ancestry back to that ancestral dinosaur here. Troodontids, which is this branch here, they're right next to birds. And they are, of course, dinosaurs. Creatures like pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. Pterodactyls, as members of the public call them, are not dinosaurs because they're just outside of the dinosaur family tree. Same with crocodilians. Crocodiles and alligators, not dinosaurs because they didn't evolve from that dinosaur ancestor. Humans are part of this branch. We're mammals. We're nowhere close to dinosaurs, honestly. And Matt Hadoukin, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Thanks for joining us. So yeah. But yeah. Anyway, and Riley the Meowed. Oh, gotcha, Riley the Meowed. Well, thank you. It could also be pronounced.
Living dinosaur.
Liz Lemon is right. A peacock is a living dinosaur. Thank you, Sem Rabo, for the follow. And thank you, Abdinaur Zadano. Thank you for the follow. Liz Lemon is correct. A bird is a dinosaur because it evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. Humans are not dinosaurs because humans are mammals. We evolved from an ancestor that looked like this. Does that make sense? So yeah. I thought dinosaurs were all ancient beings. humans are millions of years old? Humans are not millions of years old. No, humans are very new in the grand scheme of things. Modern humans are like, you know, anatomically modern humans are like maybe 200,000 years old. So not even 1 million years old, you know? But yeah. Yeah, 200K at best, says Gojira. Yeah. And there you go, Kellen on K. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so when we're talking about, again, when we're talking about time here, we humans, like all of human history is within those black pixels at the very top of this yellow rectangle here, at the top of the Cenozoic era. All of human history, from the dawn of the human species up until you watching right now on Twitch, that's all within this little line up here. The dinosaurs, except for a few birds, went extinct 66 million years ago at the top of the green here, or the top of the blue, either one. The end of the Mesozoic is also the end of the Cretaceous, so same thing. The first dinosaurs evolved way down here about 240 million years ago, give or take, in like the middle Triassic period. So yeah. So anyway, we've not been around for any length of time at all, basically, in the grand scheme of things, in the vast history of planet Earth. We are such total newcomers, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, back to the Troodontids here. Show you what these critters are like.
It is the most intelligent, adaptable, and successful hunter in the Arctic.
So this is supposed to be a Troodontid. Give you an example of...
edge, Troodontids gather to prey on animals that are trying to escape the flames.
The kind of meme about Troodontids is that they were really smart. That's one of the more remarkable things about them, is they had pretty large brains compared to their body
Anything that
size.
spreads the fire creates more opportunities for the most ingenious Arctic hunter of its time.
And I'm ruining the flow here, but I'm trying to be responsive to chat. Metalolympus says, but I'm saying that it is human 5 million years old, not some ancestor. There are no human fossils that are 5 million years old, Metalolympus. Here, we'll look it up and I'll show you. There we go. There we go. From Petralona Cave, which is in the Chalkidiki Peninsula of Greece. The site came to public attention in 1960 when a fossilized archaic human skull was found. I'm reading this off of Wikipedia because I'm not a paleoanthropologist. This is outside of my realm of expertise. I work on dinosaurs in particular. Dinosaurs are what I actually study, what I dig up, what I publish on in the scientific literature. This is outside of my realm of expertise. So we're just going with the most basic kind of research here. Basic kind of reading, I should say. I can't even call it research. Reading Wikipedia is not research. In our parlance as scientists. Yeah. The cave's most prominent fossil specimen, since known among paleoanthropologists as the Petralona skull. Discovery. Paleontologizing, 1981, dated the skull to an estimated age of around 700,000 years, which is a remarkable claim. If there were a... I don't know, that looks almost anatomically modern. But let's see what they say here. Today, most academics who have analyzed the Petrolona remains classify the hominid as Homo heidelbergensis, a Middle Pleistocene species, which is probably the common ancestor of Neanderthal man and modern man. So this is not the modern human species, obviously. The dating of the skull has been attempted by various physical methods, but it still remains uncertain. The most reliable published ages range from 150,000 to 250,000 years before today. Although the morphology of the skull indicates that it could be older, perhaps 250 to 300,000 years old. Anyway, if you'd like to read more about that, here is a whole article. But yeah. But anyway, yeah. Mount Olympus, I'm not a specialist in this particular area. I don't study ancient humans. I don't study human artifacts. I don't study the fossils of, Cenozoic human ancestors. But as a scientist actively working in a scientific field, one of the things that I've learned over the years is that if I don't know a lot about a particular subject, it's best to listen to the people who've devoted their lives to studying, And so if the people who are studying this intensively agree that it's less than 300,000 years old, probably, they've probably got some pretty good reasons for that. And you don't have to just trust that explicitly. We're not going to dive into this right now, because I don't want to derail this stream any further. But I encourage you, read more about this from various different sources. Not just one guy, but read about the other work that has been done on this. See what the general consensus is. Maybe see if you can talk to some of these researchers. If there's a particular area in paleontology that I'm really curious about, but don't know a great deal about, I'll do my best to talk to some colleagues about it. People who have been studying this for years, who have insight and experience and knowledge of this that I can't hope to glean over the course of a weekend or something. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. But yeah. And hey, Alex Dixon, welcome. And very cool, Chi-Town Deke. Yeah, I was watching the eclipse earlier too, here on Twitch on the NASA channel. But yeah. And Mount Olympus, I don't know what you're talking about there. Borderline isn't really a verb, so I'm not sure what you mean. Anyhow. Let's get back to talking about troodontids here so I can get to this larger point about theropod dinosaur robotics. Here we go.
Big hunter of its time.
I'm sorry, Mount Olympus says you were on the border of being scientific and being adventurous. I'm sorry, are you trying to insult me right now? that what you're trying to do here? Do we need to keep you around as a pet? Is that the sort of thing? This is gonna be fun, isn't it? Yeah. That's okay.
Success.
Anyway, that's a depiction of Troodon, or a Troodontid at least, a member of this same clade from Prehistoric Planet. Troodontids in general have got this reputation as being particularly brainy dinosaurs. Because from the ones that we do understand fairly well, Stenonychosaurus, aka Troodon, depending on who you ask. Some of the other Troodontids from places like Liaoning and China, they've got pretty big cranial cavities. Like the endocast that you make of these animals are pretty big compared to their body mass overall. And so there's this overall probably even say right here in the article. There we go. Troodontids had unusually large brains among dinosaurs, comparable to those of living flightless birds. That's kind of one of the more noteworthy things about Troodontids in general. And that is why this guy at MIT chose Troodon as a model for this particular robot that he was making. He chose to model a Troodon for its small size and big brain. The ratio of its brain size to its body weight makes it the brainiest of the dinosaurs, Dilber says, and we don't know that 100%, but fair enough. So I thought that was kind of interesting. His objective was straightforward. It was for the robot to stand up from a sitting position, to walk and possibly run, go back to walking, and stop and then sit down and be stable, and not fall over in any phase, Dilworth explains. But as he found out, making a robot walk is a lot more challenging than it seems. It has proven extremely difficult to make bipedal robots, says Greg Paul, independent dinosaur paleontologist, who collaborated with Dilworth on the project. People assume that flight is hard to do, while walking is easy. Actually, it's the reverse. And yeah. While one look at Trudy's smooth movements, however, it is clear that the researchers have succeeded. I'll let you decide for yourselves how well they've succeeded, because we actually have video of it working right here. There we go. So this is Trudy right here. And I love that they've actually put, almost as a counterbalance on the front, that's a pretty decent, facsimile of a Troodontid skull. It's not important for the actual, working mechanical structure of the animal. But they put it on there just to make sure that, oh yeah, it looks like Troodon. I wonder how much the folks at Boston Dynamics learned from this project. Standing on the shoulders of giants and all that. Yeah, that is a beautiful, Troodontid silhouette. If it just has its arms tucked up on the sides like that. This guy's had pretty short arms. Yeah, you move like that in the morning, Barnacle Bone? Yeah. But yeah. It almost looks like they've got a Troodon skull cast right there.
We now have a pet dinosaur.
You hear what he said? I love that.
Tradoon.
We now have a pet dinosaur.
Ah.
Oh.
Pretty cool. So this is about half of a life-size Troodont. But a lot of Troodontids would be this size or smaller. At this size, though, the limbs should be slimmer, stiltier, thinner, more svelte. But that's, I guess, the best they could do at the time. The toes are also not exactly correct. The inner toe there, digit 2, because it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. Digit 2 there. Those should be shorter, because these guys have got a little sicko claw like that. But this is pretty neat. This was cutting-edge stuff back in the late 90s. You know? Big deal. Big deal.
Now stop and press the elevator button.
I know, exactly. Let's go upstairs and visit Cog, shall we?
They're going to put it in the elevator? That's awesome. Gojira says, well, the metal actuators are pretty clunky compared to sinew. They do pretty good. Yeah. Agreed. And I love that they've actually made it look like a Troodontid. Like, the body shape and everything, and the skull. I know those are done for aesthetic reasons, but I love that they put the effort into doing that.
Secret moment in the very beginning of this strange dinosaur's life.
And Majestic Biscuit, thank you for those 2 months of
Paleo
support.
Science Shake, Paleo Science Shake, Paleo Science Shake.
Thank you, Majestic Biscuit, for your ongoing support. I appreciate that a lot. Good stuff. Thank you for continuing your support of this channel. It means a lot to me, Biscuit. It really does. Thank you. I love how this guy gets out of the elevator. He's like, excuse me. Oh, what is this? Ah. The control is local. Yeah, Spartan. So this is. I'm wondering what the guy is controlling based on that. He might not be controlling anything, actually.
On the 9th floor.
That might just be a cable so the thing doesn't fall over and break. Like, in case it starts to fail, he can just lift it up a little bit so it won't get damaged. I'm wondering if this is all contained within the unit itself, if it's doing all of the...
I think it's getting a little spongy. I think the batteries are starting to give out a little.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's got a lot of controls on that thing. He might just have a button that says start, and that's it. Yep, there we go. See? He's just holding it up by that. Yeah. Just a move button. I think it probably is Spartan, yeah. Yeah. And British Asura, these are good points you're making, yeah. Yeah.
Come on, Trudy, you can make it.
Oh, you can hear her struggling. Battery's running out. Pretty cool. When the coffee wears off, says this one is. Yeah. Isn't that neat, Amelia Bedelia? Yeah. It's almost over, I think. But this kind of bipedal robot, this might be... Trudy might remain the only one that actually, like, replicates how a dinosaur would move and walk. That's interesting stuff. And this is cool because it is like a pure research project. This is not done for entertainment purposes, really. It wasn't done for a movie or for a museum display or for a stage production or something like so many of these other dinosaur animatronics. This was done to just kind of understand the mechanics of walking as a bipedal entity. You know? Pretty cool. And Mechano. I don't know what that is, Britishosaura. No, I've never heard of that before. Yeah. Oh, Erector sets are the US equivalent of Mechano. Okay. Mechano's a cooler name. Shoot. There's so many things that, like, I wonder, like, why do they call it that in the UK? That doesn't make sense. But Mechano it's a cooler name than Erector set. It's a much cooler name. Like Technics, like Lego Technics, but metal? Interesting, Fidel.
Cog, Trudy. I know you two are going to be good friends. Oh.
It really does look like a Troodontid. Troodontids are so often misrepresented in their proportions, but this really gets it right. I love it. He's a small mammal to refuel with. There you go. And Dave of Things, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here today. Pretty cool stuff.
In one frame. Only about 4 or 5 takes.
I love how she just folds it up like that. Like a chicken sitting on the ground. That's pretty special. That is pretty special. Yeah, pretty neat. Here's another brief video of Trudy in action. Seen from the side there. But yeah, I love that the silhouette basically matches what a Troodontid should look like. It's got these long, leggy legs. They're a little bit too thick, but I guess they've got to fit all these actuators or servos in there. Oh yeah, good stuff. Very, very cool. I wonder where Trudy is today? That's a good question, Barnacle Bum. That is a good question. Yeah. If they can incorporate the tail counterbalance in the walk, that would be neat, Jody Fish. That would be really neat. Oh, this is so cool. I'm sure if I knew more about robotics, it would be even cooler. I'm just looking at this from the perspective of a dinosaur paleontologist, you know? Yeah. And there you go, Ricadactus. Wait, but wasn't there another Michael Crichton property about that? Was it called something like, Westworld? But yeah, anyway. Good stuff. Having looked at Trudy here, well, here let's finish up the article real quick. Yeah, with one look at Trudy's smooth movements, however, it was clear the researchers have succeeded. A lot of people comment on how Trudy looks very biological, Dober says. That's one thing I strive for, and it's a result of the way we do the control systems on the robot. A technique which uses springs and series with the motors, which softens the way the robot feels. Indeed, Trudy the Troodon, like all other robots at the Leg Lab, uses so-called electric series elastic actuators. Yeah. Neat stuff. Neat stuff. Again, this is from 23 years ago. I don't know if a similar robotic, like freestanding, free-moving robotic dinosaur has been produced since then that kind of replicates this. It would be really cool to see, you know? I don't know if it's happened, though. But even earlier than this, there were other dinosaur models that were created for more limited applications for the movies. Those were a lot more impressive in terms of their scale. You probably know what I'm talking about. Let's take a look.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex we built full size.
That is impressive.
9,000 pounds of a completely full-size animatronic.
That's the voice of Stan Winston there. Yeah. So how did they pull this off?
Hi, my name is Tim Nordella, and I was brought on from the theme park industry to help design and build this full-size animatronic T-Rex for Jurassic Park.
Pretty cool.
Hello, I'm Evan Brainerd. I was one of the mechanical designers on the Jurassic Park team at Stan Winston Studios.
Hi, I'm Richard Landon. I was a lead mechanical designer for Stan Winston Studios on Jurassic Park. I had a couple of fun jobs. The T-Rex walking legs were solely mine. The hatchling
Those might be pneumatic, actually. I don't know.
Player and a bunch of other
I
stuff
don't know enough
too.
about this kind of thing.
We built everything in miniature before we built it in full size. So we built a lot of sort of the equivalent of architectural models. And then we drew everything to scale and then produced full-sized pieces. We printed a full-size T-Rex on the wall, and then we blew it up using grid work pattern to create the interior armature, and then sculpted on top of that. And then just like...
And British Services, I think, was to make it smooth. I mean, you'll see in a minute what happened when things were even just off-kilter by a little bit. So a lot of these different components were built to really, really tight tolerances. And so when you had just something go a little bit wrong, the whole thing would wobble and shake in a really interesting way. I think we'll have footage of that later.
We do with the little stuff, we work backwards from the negative molds to create the interior mechanical structure.
Huh.
And then here's some preliminary designs. This was before the business got involved with CAD. Early on, we had
what does CAD stand for?
Given some initial
like
designs.
Computer automated design,
done by Bob Gurr, who was a mechanical engineer at Walt Disney. He was an Imagineer. And from that, we also had this one-legged approach.
Computer-aided
So all
design.
of this was
Thank
sort
you,
of
Dave.
checking the feasibility of Bob Gurr's original
This might
design.
answer your question.
And
Computer-aided
Computer,
design is the use of computers
stop.
to aid in the creation, modification, analysis, or optimization of a design. 3D
Annoying.
software is used to increase the
Computer,
productivity of...
stop.
And from here, Stan originally kind of wanted to approach the T-Rex as a big, huge, lightweight Bunraku puppet. And that meant, you know, we would have...
I said anybody. No, that's the thing, is that if I say that word, the computer word, then it responds sometimes. Sometimes. Yeah. Although it can do some cool things. Here. Computer.
Tradoon.
Tell me the dinosaur of the day.
Here is an answer from an Alexa Answers contributor.
Computer. Stop. Computer. Tell me the dinosaur of the day.
The dinosaur of the day is the bee hummingbird, which is the smallest dinosaur that exists today. It is remarkable for its small size, with a length of over 2 inches and a weight of less than 0.07 ounces.
Well, well, well. Computer. Thank you. Computer. Thank you.
You are so very welcome.
Well, I'm impressed. It's never given me an avian dinosaur before. That's pretty cool, actually. Anyway. I don't normally engage that while on stream because, well, shoot, I don't know. It might be nice to start, though. Computer, turn off the office lights.
Okay.
Well, well, well. Computer, turn on the office lights.
Okay.
It works for some interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I leave it unplugged most of the time just because I don't need it eating up electricity. But, use it for this and only this. Yeah. But yeah. And it's Alexa. Cephaline. Yeah. The Google one, was more expensive, and I already have so many other Google products that they don't need more of my money, you know? So yeah. And Real Men Grow Beard says, could you link the lights to channel points to change the colors? I can't. Or at least I don't think so, because all of my setup here runs on, it's all via Ethernet, and then the lights run on Wi-Fi, and so bridging that gap is very difficult. So yeah. Rocky Alters says more of your money or more of your data. Rocky Alters, I stream for like 25 hours a week. So much of my data is already out there on the internet, you know? That ship has sailed, you know? It has already sailed, and it is already, I'm sure, being torn asunder by the dual hazards of Scylla in the form of Google and Charybdis in the form of Amazon. They're just tearing apart that ship full of data that. This analogy has outlived its usefulness. But yeah. Regadactylus says, every advertising company knows more about Danny than he does about himself. There you go. And I know myself pretty well. Maryspace says, don't forget the government. What government? Amazon and Google basically are the government. I live in the United States, Maryspace. The U.S. government is basically just like 50 companies in a trench coat, you know? Anyway. 50, that's generous. That's Rocky Alters. Yeah, I guess that would be, it'd be nice if we had that kind of antitrust thing going on. But, 15, says Murph. There you go. Oh, boy, yeah. Anyway, yeah. No, this is... Thank you, Spartan, for posting this. Before we get back to the Stan Winston Studios Jurassic Park one. This is neat. Dinosaurs helped propel this robot into the world of the
question
bipeds.
of all surrounding the dinosaurs is why.
Why indeed, David Peterson. Thank you for the
Peterson
raid.
and their 47 raiders have arrived to ask exactly that question.
How are you doing, David Peterson? And how was your stream? I hope it was wonderful. It is good to have you here. David Peterson, holy cow. If anybody's just waltzing in for the first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You probably know already that a paleontologist is a fossil scientist. Paleontologists study all kinds of different fossil organisms, from fossil fungi and plants to, you know, fossil crustaceans and insects and mammals and amphibians and ray-fin fishes and all kinds of critters. I work on dinosaur fossils, though, in particular. Dinosaurs are my area of expertise. And we're getting another raid. A colossal raid! J. Marianne.
J. Marianne is creeping forth with a gigantic 103-strong raid.
Holy cow.
Just ask this scientician. He'll tell you that
Speed McPean. Oh boy. Thank you for the follow.
The world's first armored tank, you might say.
Societas
That trunk is completely covered with
Salamiliani. Thank you for the follow too. Welcome, welcome. Camp Expo, Rick Law Codes, Mortimer Penguin, Z in Tennessee, Derek and Jerry Marianne. How are you all doing? It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you, Rick Law Codes, for the follow. It's a dual raid. David Peterson and Jay Marianne, have your communities met each other yet? David Peterson, who just raided in, is, Peterson with an E.
So Spartan Zero gifted a tier 1 sub to David Peterson.
David Peterson is the creator of Mouse Guard.
In the channel.
If you're familiar with that series, you should go follow David Peterson right now. And if you're not, you should become familiar and then follow David Peterson.
So Spartan Zero gifted a tier 1 sub to J. Marianne.
Thank you for the raid, David Peterson.
910 gift subs in the channel.
Jay Marianne, what did you get up to today? What were you working on with that incredible raid? Surely something interesting. There we go. Doing some just chatting. Excellent. Hang on. Oh, Hasanabe. Jay Marianne. Doing news, politics, art, culture, and entertainment. If you're a devotee of Hassan, I think you're in the right place. Sweetie Pie, you're standing right in front of my camera. Oh, I'm not trying to make you move. You don't have to move. It's okay. Sorry. Anyway, I'll play a welcome video. Come back up here, Sweetie Pie. Come back up here. I just don't want you blocking the camera entirely. Come here. Yeah. Where were we? Let's see if I can find that real quick. There was a clip. Let's see. Let me scroll up a bit. Thank you, Helation Effect. It is good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I'm trying to find this clip for you because I feel like it'll be interesting, I hope. this is annoying. Here we go. Yeah. Play.
Says Paleontologizing. That's a sick name. Paleo salute. Paleontologizing? I assumed that you were a paleontologist. I dig dinosaurs. I assumed that you do that. That would be.
Anyway. Saha the Great, thank you for the follow. It's good to have you here. Welcome, everybody. Jay Marianne, I appreciate your raid. David Peterson, I appreciate your raid. Without further ado, it's probably time to call forth a good friend of ours.
Living dinosaur.
Jacob Johns, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. It's probably time to call forth a friend of ours. We call him Previously Recorded Danny. Thank you, Mert TTTCC. Appreciate you. Previously Recorded Danny will tell you a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So, hang on, goodness, he's very eager. He saw how many raiders came in. I'll leave you in his very capable hands for a few minutes here. Previously Recorded Danny. Sorry, hang on just a second. Can we get one more shout out, please, for David Peterson and for Jay Marianne for their wonderful raids? Really appreciate that. And Previously Recorded Danny, take it away.
Thanks, present day Danny. You know, people ask me all the time, Danny, how did you first get interested in paleontology? And I've always been interested in fossils from the earliest time I can remember, particularly dinosaurs. My parents like to say that I decided I wanted to become a paleontologist pretty much the moment I realized I couldn't grow up to be a dinosaur. And believe me, I tried.
I was born and raised in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is a lovely place to grow up. Except that we haven't got any dinosaur fossils here. So right after high school, I packed up and moved to Montana, one of the best places in the world to find dinosaurs. Just a couple days after I arrived in Montana, I started working at the lab at Museum of the Rockies and the paleontology program founded by Jack Horner. Jack's done a lot of amazing things in his career, but you may know him as the scientific advisor on the movie Jurassic Park.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those movies.
And they said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
But we wanted a credible resource that could back up several theories that we were sort of expounding. And one was that dinosaurs eventually evolved into birds.
And even the word raptor means bird of prey.
And that's something that Jack Horner believes in and could defend if necessary. And Jack Horner became our credibility.
It was in this program that Jack built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist and how to think outside the box. I've done work at a number of other museums around the American West, helping to prep fossils, design exhibits, and educate visitors. I did a fair bit of eclectic fieldwork in various places, identifying and collecting early Cretaceous dinosaur tracks on the Idaho border, Sphenodontian fossils in the gravelly range of the Rocky Mountains, Cenozoic fishes in western Nevada, but most of my work out in the field was with Dr. Denver Fowler, who is now curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum. In all, I've worked probably a few hundred sites throughout the late Cretaceous of Montana, and the Hell Creek and Judith River formations, digging up dinosaurs. Lots and lots and lots of dinosaurs. And from time to time, that work has even garnered some media attention.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
We found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
And much like my fieldwork, my research focuses on dinosaurs.
I'm particularly interested in their behavioral functional morphology. All these bizarre anatomical features that certain dinosaurs had, I want to know what they use them for. Right now, I'm working on a study on spinosaurs.
Alright, but don't ask me too much about that because it's still a project in the works and I can't give away too much just yet till it's published.
But anyway, a couple years ago I realized that things were definitely headed downhill in Montana. So I packed up and headed back to the West Coast.
And I've become kind of fed up with all the bullshit in academia, so I found myself another job.
I am now a teacher in early childhood education. And let me tell you, it's been a natural fit since day one. Now, given that I get to design the curriculum, my students now know more about biology, classification, and the history of life on Earth than most adults do. I've been helping raise a new generation of young scientists. Then, coronavirus hit. In mid-March, when all the schools shut down in San Francisco, I started holding classes over Zoom, and we picked up right where we left off. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. That's who I am. That's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am. 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 I realized that I really enjoy teaching remotely. So back in May, I decided to try streaming on Twitch. And here we are.
This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that?
I believe that scientists ought to be public servants. Ultimately, it's our job not just to make scientific discoveries, but to teach the public about them. That's exactly what I want to do here. Now, because of COVID-19, this will be my first summer in almost 10 years with no fieldwork. I'm trying to look on the bright side, though. It's not all bad. At least I have more time for outreach. And I've got plenty of cool stuff to work on. And if you could throw some support my way by subscribing, I'd be incredibly grateful.
So anyway, if you are new here, you should be pretty well clued in by now. And I'm glad you're here. I hope you're having a good time. Anyway, let's see what present-day Danny has cooked up for us. All right, present-day Danny, back to you.
Well, thank you very, very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to David Peterson and Jay Marianne for those consecutive raids there. Brilliant stuff. Holy cow. It's wonderful to have everybody here. We're talking about robotic dinosaurs today for National Robotics Week. Before we get back into that, let me emphasize that so much has changed since I made that video a while ago. Got Twitch partner here, had a panel at TwitchCon, did all kinds of cool science stuff. Last summer, I was streaming live from the field in Utah, and I will be doing so again this summer. There we go.
Paleontologizing, everybody. It's great to have you here. Hopefully you can hear me. Let me know if you can't. Yeah, excellent. Good, good, good. Yeah.
Partner
well,
Plus
hello,
as well.
Hello, everybody,
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
greetings from wild and beautiful eastern Utah. Digging here in the Cedar Mountain
Jody
Formation,
Fish.
the
I think
very,
you're right, Jody
very
Fish.
beginning of the Cretaceous
right.
period. And we just got here last night. Started to set up camp. We finished setting up camp this morning, or mostly finished anyway. And we opened up the quarry today. So, welcome everybody. You are in for such a treat.
Anyway,
my tent right there.
Down to the quarry.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Broadcasting via satellite from the middle of nowhere,
there we go.
Utah.
Yeah, big old chunk of bone there. Check that out.
couple smaller ones. And
Yeah.
little tiny shards.
So it's kind of an odd color, but yeah. Cool.
It almost looks like ankylosaur.
Nice.
That
Yeah, so there we
is
go.
like
There's that classic bone texture right there.
indeterminate limbo.
Very, very
Probably
nice.
rib. It looks
Yeah.
like part chunk of a rib there.
So this is what the stuff looks like on the surface. Kind of weathers this odd sort of bluish color like that. Yep. Classic little piece there. Yeah, you can see that bone texture. Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, and holy cow, Iacane, thank you so much for the 24 months of support there. Really appreciate that. Holy cow. Yeah.
Anyway, really looking forward to doing more of these streams from not just Utah, but also Wyoming. I'll be in Wyoming in, at the end of...
Same texture. And they're
next
kind of
month
converging there. So we've got a bit from the edge of the frill, and it's very, very thick. We have other pieces even thicker than this, and it's as thick or thicker than in Triceratops.
So with other paleontologists and volunteers out here in the field, there's a ceratopsian dinosaur that we're digging up, a horned dinosaur.
How long did it take to find this? Nick found this on the first day.
We spent the whole morning setting up camp, so we only had like a bit of time in the afternoon, and bam, there it was.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Anyway, really, really looking forward to bringing you more of this year. And I can show you on the schedule. Here's the schedule for April. But for May, at the end of May, I'm going to be streaming from Wyoming. And that'll go through the entire month of June. Look at that. And into the beginning of July. And then, in mid to late July, I'm going to be in Utah, digging up dinosaurs with the Utah Geological Survey. We'll be doing that through about mid-August. So, very excited for that. Very excited for that. If you've ever wanted to see what it's like, not just hear what it's like, but to experience what it is like to dig up a dinosaur, or a bunch of dinosaurs, out in the deserts of the Rocky Mountain region of the United States, well, here's your chance. Good stuff. And Jody Fish says, how much of the wish list equipment is going to Wyoming? All of it, Jody Fish. Almost all of it. Let's take a look at that wish list, by the way. Let's see how many of those items are still on there, because it can't be very many at this point. There's only a few items left. Ethan's added a couple more. Rain ponchos to keep us from getting too drenched during those sudden downpours that occur in southwest Wyoming. But yeah. Hand soap, hand sanitizer, brooms, benches, and fuel oil there. Fuel and oil. Ratchet straps. There's only a few items left. This community has been beyond generous in purchasing items for us for this field season. It has been incredible. Look at all of these purchased. Amazing. Amazing. Only 9 items left, says Murph. Can you believe that? Yeah. Amazing. Amazing. Last summer, this community funded most of our dig. This was think of this as it's a crowdfunding campaign through experiment.com. But yeah, our goal was $2,350. This community raised something on the order of $7,100. 302%. Yeah, pretty impressive. I'm proud to have supported. You did a wonderful job, Tommy Ploticus. And everyone who supported us here, they will have their names in the acknowledgments of any and all scientific papers that come from this field work, and we have already got some of those dinosaurs that we were digging last year being prepared in the lab right now, and they are turning into some exciting stuff. So it's going to take a couple years probably, but man, there will be some publications coming out of this, and it is going to be stellar. Likewise, anybody who purchases any items off of the wish list here, anybody who's already purchased items off the wish list or wishes to purchase any of the items off the wish list. Now, there's a... There we go. I put this on the wish list and then bought it. It's a label maker. So if you have already purchased an item off of the wish list, and you want to make sure that a label with your username is there on the item, send an email to Ethan. That is, it's dinosaurcampaign@gmail.com. Yeah. And we'll make sure that your username is on there so that we can thank you during the live streams as we're digging up these dinosaurs using your items. Oh yeah, yeah. Label the label maker as label maker. There you go, G Shumway. Yeah, that'll be labeled at Paleontologizing because I bought that one. But the burlap, the water storage barrel, the knives, oh boy, there's gonna be so many brushes. We'll figure out how we handle some of this later. I might show up at Ethan's place a little early to help him manage some of this stuff before we actually leave for Wyoming. But yeah. Who bought that huge canopy for the kitchen tent? Yeah, Jody Fish. I want to know too. Holy cow. Yeah. Murph says, pass the Tommy Plotticus. I need the Lenina. Have you seen the Jody Fish? There you go, Murph. Yeah. And Gojira says, I don't think you need to put me on a massive oyster knives. Well, I'm probably going to end up creating a spreadsheet with some of the information that we gather, and I can reference that while we're streaming, you know? Technically, there are two of you. Really, Jody Fish? Jody Fish, you've been cloned? Impressive. Yeah. Twice the buying power. And twice the chatting power, Jody Fish. It's starting to make some sense now. But yeah. Anyway. Jody Fish 1 and Jody Fish 2. There you go, Murph. Yeah, or should we do A and B? Yeah, anyway, that's going to be a lot of fun.
One day and
doing more of this digging and streaming this summer.
Filming it all?
I don't think so.
I think it's all Lance, right?
it's all Lance, but yeah, there's what exactly is the difference between Owl Creek and Lance other than the state lines? It's not entirely.
Yeah. Good stuff. Anywho, before we got these wonderful raids, we were talking a little bit about robotic dinosaurs, and this video was sent to us by... Who was this in chat? Who sent this? Because this is going to be good stuff, I think. Take a look. This robot's anatomy is inspired by dinosaurs. The first creatures to perfect bipedal locomotion. That's... perfect is doing a lot of work there. There were bipedal creatures before dinosaurs, but were they perfect in the way that dinosaurs were perfect? I'm going to say no. I'm going to say this ranks as correct. Little bias here, of course, Smurf. Yes. This is neat. Researchers at Max Planck Institute, the University of California at Irvine, modeled BirdBot after the leg structure of ancient birds. Very cool. BirdBot is equipped with cables and pulleys around its joints. Oh, and these mimic those of paleognathe birds like ostriches. Yeah, tendons between its hips and feet. Very, very cool. Oh, this is so neat. Bird anatomy has inspired other robot designs as well. Like this drone that can perch itself onto a number of surfaces. Oh, that is cool. BirdBot is fitted with just one motor on its hip and another at its knee to swing and lift its legs, with the rest of the movement being completely mechanical. Very cool. Very cool. The way that that moves is... it's exactly as I would imagine a theropod dinosaur running. It seems very natural, very fluid. The gait is kind of perfect. You know? That is really, really neat. That's pretty awesome. Yeah. And yeah. And a small tool. This is the sort of thing that archaeologists use. You know, this to me, it reminds me of like a trowel. This wouldn't be very useful for us digging in rock. For an archaeologist digging in soil, this would be very useful, potentially. But for a paleontologist, you know, imagine trying to dig through concrete with this, you know? That's kind of what we're talking about. So I appreciate the suggestion, Saran Lin. But it's, yeah. Maybe not the right application for it. Yeah. Anyway, with our discussion of robotic dinosaurs, let's get back to this video from Stan Winston Studios about the creation of the big Tyrannosaurus animatronic.
Puppeteer is literally, you know, holding on to parts of the puppet with rods.
Yeah.
And what I tried to point out to Stan was you couldn't cover enough ground
and there you
on
go,
the floor
yeah.
to make this thing move as fast as we really wanted the puppet to move. And there was enough evidence here to suggest that it was going to be an impractical approach.
Huh. Initially, I was told that they were thinking of using electric motors to power this character. But you could not get the electric motors to move fast enough in this day and age.
Huh.
And have the power enough to actually make it work. So we went all hydraulic.
There's my original T-Rex walking leg master locator view. It had calf rotate using double mounted bearings. It had...
I'm not a roboticist.
Motion,
I do not understand this,
motion,
but I know it's cool.
Lower foot bearing and then toes that would actually gather just like an ostrich does. So it would splay out when the foot hits the ground, and when it reached forward, the toes would flatten back out for the full step. Here's me playing with my stick figure, but that is a full brass reproduction of my drawings, and that is almost exactly what the full-size interior mechanical structure looked like.
Very cool. Yeah. Let's take a look at part 2 here.
Every section that we did, welded, whatever we did, we went through and ground everything that was sharp, pointed, could cause a problem with either skin, the control wiring, or the hydraulic.
We've got to make sure there's no sharp edges so it doesn't sever any wires or the external skin.
We didn't want to have any problems on set.
Huh.
Yeah, we had a lot of discussions over what material to use. We went back and forth between steel, aluminum. We even entertained composites, meaning fiberglass, carbon fiber sections. And it wasn't until this gentleman stepped into the conversation, and who is Armando Gonzalez. He was our welder at the time, great union welder. And Stan really just looked at him one day and said, "Well, what happens from your end? What happens if it breaks on set?" And Armando basically said, "Well, if it was aluminum, it would be a real pain in the butt. But if it was steel, I could get right in there and weld it up." And that was the decision right then and there. Stan said,
Nice.
"Then steel it is."
That resilience that steel offers is important.
Boring the holes right now for the pins. It took a long time to do, and we used adjustable reamers to get to the size we needed.
Jeez.
But this was the way we could control it extremely well. That was the motion base for the character they decided to put him on. The motion base would give the body of the character extremely wide movements, from tilting side to side, raising up, tilting back. They built the Wally, and the Wally was a miniature of the motion base.
This is a small-scale mock-up, and this is a 1-to-1 ratio from the input device to the hydraulic cylinders. And an interesting side is the company that made the motion base for us made these motion bases for like F-16 fighter flight simulators, and they had never had them wired directly to a device quite like this. It was always joystick applications. We took this down to their facility and showed them this, and all of the people in the building were lined up around the building to, come up and try it.
That's so cool.
And the controls behind there in the pink shirt's Craig Barr. He was very instrumental in the electronics of this character.
Chi-Town Deke says, "I love seeing folks building things from scratch. I'm always on the lookout for doing things in a different way." This is your stream, Chi-Town Deke. Holy cow. Yeah, when we get into talking about the DID, the dinosaur input device. Oh, man.
Here we have him on the floor right now, putting in all the pieces. All the pieces had to be done and finished and put on. We didn't really have time to take things off, so our build was basically a final build. And Stan was there all the time, watching, asking questions, giving directions, things that needed to be done.
So yeah, there's Stan Winston right there. Who this studio is his studio. It's Stan Winston Studios. Stan Winston died in the mid 2000s or 2010s. When did Stan Winston pass away? He's no longer with us, but man, he is a giant in this field.
Or things that he wanted to see different, we accomplished for him.
And talk about Stan's-on.
2008.
It's not
Thank
a
you,
joke.
Beards.
Stan was literally putting his hands on multiple-ton structures on a regular basis, saying it needs to move this far, it needs to move this fast. It was his guidance that engineered us to 90 inches per second at the tip of the nose. That's an extremely aggressive motion profile.
Holy cow,
There,
yeah.
At the bottom is Lloyd Ball. He was our hydraulics technician. Very instrumental in making this thing come alive.
And it's so cool how, like, each one of these projects like this is a collective effort. There's no one person who could make this happen. It takes the confluence of the cooperation and the collective work of so many different people to make a vision like this real. That kind of collective work is, it's the teamwork that makes the dream work. This is a kind of a refutation of the like great man of history idea. There are so many different people who have to be involved with a project like this to make it work, and it's so cool to see all of them recognized in this.
To mount this thing to the floor on the motion base, they actually came in and cut concrete.
And it is a dangerous robot. Mayor Space, like this thing, if someone slips with the controls or if someone's where they shouldn't be in a particular moment, it could very easily kill them. like they're creating a robotic replica of a, you know, a 12-meter long theropod dinosaur. Like, that thing could turn you into, not pink mist, but, you know, it could really mess you up. Could be a fatal encounter. Very easily.
10-foot by 10-foot span.
And Jandra says, why using steel but not aluminum? They explained that a few minutes ago. The welder on set, they asked him, like, well, what happens if it's made of aluminum and it breaks? And he's like, well, shoot, then you're out of luck. And he says, well, what if it's made of steel? He says, well, if it's made of steel, I can weld it back. I can fix it on site, on the spot, quickly. So they decided to go with steel. Yeah.
And sunk anchors into the floor.
And Beards, we'll get to that.
Deep.
We'll get to that, Beards.
The motion base,
yeah.
the weight of this character, and what it was going to do.
Yeah, and here's the last part, part 3. Very cool.
A bunch of people from Amlin came by. They were reasonably impressed.
Seeing
it for the first time with a whole team of people going,
So this is the movie studio,
would
Amblin
never
Entertainment.
have believed this possible.
Look at that.
I don't think anything has ever been attempted before or since that is as ambitious as this first prototype build for a T-Rex.
And this is true. You might be thinking, well, you know, in Jurassic Park 3, they made the Spinosaurus animatronic, and then they made the Giganotosaurus for Jurassic World 4, whatever. But no, those were less ambitious and less impressive because this had already been done. This was a proof of concept. This was them breaking new ground and making something that nobody thought possible. This was the giant on whose shoulders they were standing later. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Anything has ever been attempted before or since that is as ambitious as this first prototype build for a T-Rex. Even without a skin on it, you can see it looking, you can know exactly what it's doing, how it's thinking. If it's pausing to think, it's not pausing because it's off.
How cool is that?
And Spielberg would come in and he'd say, hey, can it do this? Can it do that? And Stan would give him a turn. He would try moving it. And it worked perfectly every single time.
This type of machine had never been really done before outside of theme parks. But even theme parks had never done something that needed to be quite as strong and believable as what we had here. And some of the people from one of the hydraulic companies, when they initially came in to bid on the hydraulics for us, when they heard the velocities and what we were really planning to do, they just looked at me and said, "You guys are crazy." And because they hadn't really seen anything like this before. So this was all real new territory, industry-wide, in multiple industries, the film business as well as in the industrial. I knew we were on the right track when those guys said we were crazy.
Stan looks like he's okay with what he's seeing.
And again, like I can't stress enough, this was uncharted territory. From the point of view of using the input device that we put together for it to the machine itself, there was no referring back to something that we had done a year before. So many things about it, were
So
very
cool.
much groundbreaking, career moves for a lot of us.
As you can see, the ceiling
yeah,
above
there
the
you go,
T-Rex has
HD.
been raised about
Is that a
13
Jurassic Park
feet,
reference there with the
so
lawyer?
we could compensate for any movements
These
that this thing
characters,
would do. This thing raised about 23, 24 feet in the air to the tip of the nose to the top of the ground, especially when you used the motion base. And when you moved it
Yeah, there you go,
fast,
Salamander. Yeah,
9,000 pounds.
It's amazing. Even just as like a basic skeleton here, it already just has so much presence and personality and like charisma, character, like you said, Salamander. It's amazing,
And when you moved it fast at 9,000 pounds, you had to have a good secure base.
Some of the valves inside the body pushed 60 gallons of hydraulic
There you go,
fluid.
Brachiosaur. Yeah,
So you,
like Britishosaurus says it must have been like a T-Rex came to life for the first time in 66 million years. Bingo.
The body pushed 60 gallons of hydraulic fluid a minute.
Holy
so you can
cow.
imagine moving through these little tiny tubes. They're only inch to inch and a half. How much fluid is being pressed, how far and how fast.
It was truly a work of art and a magic film to work on.
To this day, it stands as one of the milestones in my career. It's probably one of the only shows where children have actually, asked me for an autograph. Usually people that build stuff and perform puppets on set usually get kind of left to obscurity. But this was a major feather in my cap, so I'm really proud to have been a part of it.
That is really,
As is
really
always
cool.
the case, working for Stan Winston Studios, the trust level that Stan had in all of us was just unparalleled. He would say, you guys can do this. And then he would give us the time and the materials and the manpower that we needed to pull it off. And
This gets to an old quote. I don't remember who is from I think it was an American World War II general. It might have been Ike, might have been old Dwight Eisenhower. But he had this quote, somebody can look it up. I think it was Ike. And it was something like, a good leader doesn't tell people how to do things. He just tells them what needs to be done and trusts them to surprise him with their ingenuity. And it sounds like that's what Stan Winston did here. And that really resonates with me. That's so cool.
He would say, you guys can do this. And then he would give us the time and the materials and the manpower that we needed to pull it off. And there's nothing prouder than being able to come through with that level of trust.
Superleak, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Maraza Lewicki says, I used to calibrate hydraulic test stands, testing those pipes. If one lets go and you don't have shielding, it's bad at 10,000 psi. Yeah, I'm sure they had all kinds of safeguards in place for this. It's a lot. Yeah. Kelly Johnson at Boeing Skunkworks said, give the man the authority and the resources, then get out of his way. There you go, Sculpin. Yeah.
There's nothing prouder than being able to come through with that level of trust.
Yeah.
I'm Richard Landon for the Stan Winston School of Character Arts. I hope you enjoyed this behind-the-scenes peek at the building of the mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex.
That is so cool. Yeah. So again, that is, here's a link. Stan Winston Studios. Hi, Digital Deck. How you doing? Welcome. And Maraza Wiki, there's a story about that actually. Let's see. Yeah. Is it here?
Nowhere in the world is presented a government of so much liberty and equality. To the humblest and poorest among us.
It was in a documentary somewhere. It's not from this, but this is from Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln at Disneyland. Audio animatronics was a big thing. In the 1960s. And, well, here. Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. There is this was in the late 1960s, or mid 1960s, might have been 64. It might have coincided with the World's Fair. But Walt Disney had this whole thing where he had tremendous admiration for the 16th President of the United States, Abraham Lincoln. And he wanted to kind of recreate him. There we go.
Ever since I was a small boy in Illinois, I've had a great personal admiration for Abraham Lincoln. So when we decided to recreate some of the great moments in Mr. Lincoln's life for the World's Fair, we directed all our energies to that task. We wanted to bring to the people of today the inspiring words of the man who held this nation together during its moment of greatest crisis, the Civil War. Now, to recreate a truly lifelike image of Lincoln, we use our new medium of audio animatronics. To start with...
So this is kind of the term of art that Disney used for animatronics that also incorporated sound into them as well. It's not like the animatronics themselves were producing the sound. It would just be synced, I think, in time with a recording that would play from speakers around the theater or near the guests or whatever. You know? Yeah.
We were fortunate in being able to secure this life mask of the 16th president.
Yeah.
During our exhaustive research into Lincoln's life, we studied his mannerisms, his gestures, and even his voice characteristics to create a faithful likeness of this honored man. The final result is so lifelike that you might find it hard to believe.
In digital deck, I'd love to have that link. Shoot. Yeah. Yeah, here we go.
Today, the newest.
Excuse me. Sculpin says, is it at Disney World too? I think Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln might be only in Anaheim, California. Only at Disneyland. There's the Hall of Presidents at the Magic Kingdom in Florida. The Hall of Presidents does not exist at Disneyland, I don't think. I think it's just Great Moments with Mr. Lincoln. I think. I could be wrong about that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. And there you go, HD, yeah. It's a literal tape at the time. Yeah. Sculpin says Lincoln stands and gives a speech. Yes, and this was groundbreaking in 1964-65. Holy cow, to the point where there were newspaper reporters who were there at the time who witnessed this, and then they wrote down in the newspaper, apparently, they're like, oh yeah, Abraham Lincoln stood up and gave his speech, and then later on, after the show was done, he stood up again and walked down off the stage and signed people's autographs and spoke to them. This animatronic Abraham Lincoln. None of that is true. He did not do that. It's, you know, it's a 1960s animatronic. It gets up, it speaks, the mouth moves, there's sounds that play through a speaker, and then it sits down. But this was widely reported, apparently. And so it's kind of a reminder that anytime you see some sort of a sensational claim like that made in the media, whether it's a newspaper or TikTok or whatever, you know, whether it's about Bigfoot or UFOs or a Abraham Lincoln that walks down and signs people's autographs, be skeptical of that, you know? It's crazy, this like game of telephone that occurs sometimes, where one person reports on something in the media and then it gets picked up by another person, and the story continues to grow, and then it's published in books, and then you end up with members of the United States Congress allocating funds for investigation of UFOs and nonsense like that. Anyway, I really desperately wish that critical thinking and science were more priorities in U.S. education, you know? Anyway, let's get back to this. And there you go, Geeky Heart. Yes, absolutely. Very funny, British Zora. Don't tempt me. Anyway, where's Lincoln here? This is just with the bird here, but yeah. He's been revamped multiple times, Mr. Lincoln, but the reason that I brought this up in the first place was that during one of the demonstrations for the press, I think this was presumably before it worked successfully, and that guy wrote about how Lincoln walked off the stage and signed people's autographs or whatever. He malfunctioned at one point, and some of the hydraulic lines actually broke. And the hydraulic fluid that they used at the time was red. And so poor Abraham Lincoln is there on the stage. I don't have the details, but I'm imagining him, you know, shuddering and just like looking unwell, and his shirt starts to stain red like this. And then one of the reporters in the audience made the remark that Walt Disney had unwittingly simulated the assassination of President Lincoln. Yeah. Ford's Theater Replay. There you go, Trek nerd. Yeah. But anyway. Here we go. Take a look at this. Speaking of robotic dinosaurs.
You know you're on television. You don't know about television, do you? I want you to look pretty. That's it. Get your head up and hold it there now. Show them how you behave. That's a good one. That's a good one. How would you like to have one of these little dinosaurs for a pet? Actually, they're tame as a kitten, quite friendly. And they won't bite the hand that feeds them because they're strictly vegetarians. You know, scientists call these little creatures brontosauruses. But we have named them...
Well, Apatosaurus is the name that we typically use now, but yeah.
Huey. Thank you, Huey. And Dewey. Now, Dewey, don't get bashful on me now. Come on up. Get it up there. That's it. That's it. Thank you. And Louie. Hey, Louie. Hey, boy. Huh? Actually, baby dinosaurs would make great house pets. Of course, you'd have to have a very large house because a creature like this would grow to be 90 feet long and 30 feet tall and weigh up to 60,000 pounds. Now, I suppose you're wondering what we're doing with dinosaurs here at the studio. Well, these baby brontosauruses are just a few of the hundreds of three-dimensional animated figures developed for the World's Fair. Although fairs are supposed to feature the newest
There you go,
things.
Mayor Space. Most herbivorous animals do bite the hand that feeds them. If given, like, shoot. Herbivorous animals, just because an animal eats plants doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Oh, boy. More people are killed in Africa every year by hippos and Cape buffalo than they are by lions, if I recall correctly. Lions, jaguars, cheetahs, lions, leopards, cheetahs, and other feliform mammals such as hyenas. Hyenas are actually pretty close related to cats. Yeah. Oh my. it's HD, yeah. And him with the dinosaurs is very John Hammond. Geeky Heart, what do you think they were referencing when they were writing the script to Jurassic Park? What do you think Richard Attenborough was watching in preparation for his role as John Hammond? He was watching this. He may have even seen this on TV back in 1964 or whatever, you know? It's funny how these, like, things just build on each other. Nothing, you know, springs straight from the forehead of Zeus. All of these things are built on the things that came before them, you know? You didn't just fall out of a coconut tree, as the saying goes. Oh, boy.
We went back over 100 million years for these models. In a few minutes, we're going to take you back.
You exist in the context of all that came before you. Yeah.
Everything is in context. My mother she would give us a hard time sometimes, and she would say to us, I don't know what's wrong with you young people. You think you just fell out of a coconut tree? You exist in the context of all in which you live and what came before you.
She's not wrong. Yeah. Truth. That's facts there. Yeah. She is right, Geeky Heart. She is right. Anyway, it's a funny clip. Let's continue.
Stage and show you how we created 4 special exhibits for the New York World's Fair. The greatest show on earth.
That's a pretty good line. That's why I remembered it, Salamander. Yeah. It is a pretty good line. You know, yeah. Say what you will about Kamala Harris, and people here in Oakland certainly do, and they have right to. Holy cow. Back when she was DA of California, but she's not wrong about that. She's correct.
Disneyland. And the New York Exposition of 1964 is the greatest World's Fair of all times. This is what we call our Imagineering department. It's where we dream up our new projects for Disneyland or World's Fair. You might be wondering how an animation studio like ours got into the World's Fair business. And frankly, I've often wondered about that myself. But we've been preparing for this international exposition for many years without realizing it. Little did we know, when we dreamed up Mickey and Donald here, that someday they would be the ancestors of the mammoth animated characters we've created for this fair, such as this Tyrannosaurus Rex here, the carnivorous lizard of prehistoric times.
Oh, it's not a lizard. Well, it's not a lizard. Oh, goodness. That rankles me. Yeah. I'm waiting for Disney to say spared no expense.
Our work with three-dimensional characters started when we needed a giant squid for our feature picture, 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Now, the script called for a lifelike monster big enough to destroy a submarine. And obviously, you can't hire an actor like that through central casting. So we had to create our own 2-ton squid.
Yep. Is there a part 2? Hang on. There we go.
They say a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. But this...
Wait, was this the same? No, this is a different... It's a different channel. Hang on while I try and figure this out. Nope, that's a different one. Yeah. Oh boy, there's multiple parts to this, but here, let's continue.
They say a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
That is the same one, but we've got better quality. Ah, that's irritating. How do I get back to that?
They say a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, but this little fellow here is worth a fortune because we poured a fortune into creating him. The first problem was to make a move. Come on, presto, move. That's it. Come on, show off.
Mayor Spaces, you can blame Richard Owen for everyone calling dinosaurs lizards. Well, the word saurian, it does not translate directly to lizard. Lizards are squamates. Saurian is more of like a general, kind of like reptilian animal. Sometimes it's equivalent to like an archosaur. It's honestly, you can't blame Richard Owen for that. You know, big reptilian thingy, says Rocky Alters. There you go. Yeah. He nearly said spared no expense. That might be where they got the idea for this, because, you know, there's so many different references. Like, there are homages in Jurassic Park to Walt Disney and Disneyland and yeah, you know? Remember this?
They opened Disneyland in 1956. Nothing worked. Yeah, but John, if the Pirates of the Caribbean breaks down, the pirates don't eat the tourists.
Yeah. Where was this? Oh, shoot. Not what I'm trying to do. Find you a better clip. YouTube can be hit or miss sometimes, you know? Like chopped and screwed a bunch of this. That's what I'm looking for.
Caribbean breaks down, the pirates don't eat the tourists.
You can't even hear it because they. Anyway. Copyright law, YouTube, user-generated content. It's hit or miss. Anyway, yeah. Gojira says, I mean, in elementary school, they taught us lizards, but Vietnam was being fought at the time, so yeah, gotta cut them some slack. What is U.S. imperial intervention in Vietnam doing this, Gojira? I appreciate you, Gojira. Anyway, yeah. But yeah, it's Soros, a lizard. Yeah, Brachiosaurus, I mean, it... I wish we had, like, a Pseudotsuchian researcher on here to talk about the word Saurus and what it means, and it's a whole thing. Brachiosaurus, it's a whole thing. Trust me. Anyway, let's continue with this.
They say a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush.
Smashley, how are you doing? Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you
because we poured a fortune into creating him. The first problem was to make a move.
You might say.
Come on, presto, move. That's it. Come on, show off. Rear back and throw out your chest there. That's it. Look proud. It costs a heck of a lot of money, so you should live up to it.
Spared no expense.
Well, actually, it wasn't as simple as that. Just as we had to learn to make our animated cartoons talk, we had to find a way to make these characters talk too. Now, to accomplish this, we created a new type of animation. So new that we had to invent a new name for it.
Audio animatronics?
Right, audio animatronics. Audio for sound.
See, and electronically animated by sound.
That's
what he's
it.
trying to say.
Thank you, that was all I was trying to
So
say.
basically the motions are in sync with the sound.
It's
That's
okay. How about it? Can you sing?
This was revolutionary at the time. It's a big deal.
Maurice. You
No.
should see my dance. It is even worse.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, as I was saying, work in this new type of animation is going on around the clock to meet the opening date.
Oh, that's kind of funny. You could
For years.
you can hear the ADR here. Here, listen to how Walt Disney's voice changes here.
Well, as I was saying, work in this new type.
They dubbed over that. An artifact. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Listen, they dubbed over. You hear him speaking to the camera here, and this is presumably like them capturing sound on set, and then they ADR'd the second part. This is you know, like audio that they captured in post right here.
Yeah, I imagine. Well, as I was saying, work in this new type of animation is going
See?
on
You
around
hear?
the clock to meet the
Yeah.
opening date of the fair. For years, birds have given up their feathers to decorate the ladies. But here, we're reversing the procedure.
Oh, boy.
Incidentally, everything about these birds is synthetic, including their feathers.
Then, I'm sure that's what it was,
Here in
HD.
our
Yeah.
show, It's a Small World. They're
And the audio fit perfectly. I mean, they did it really well. Britishosaurus, certainly.
just a few of the 700 stars of the exhibit for the United States Committee for UNICEF. The Disneyland Wardrobe Department did all.
Anyway, let's get to the dinosaurs, shall we? Or maybe we'll get to great moments with Mr. Lincoln. This was astounding for the 1960s.
Never had a good definition of the word liberty. The American people just now are much in want of one. We all declare for liberty. But in using the same word, we do not all mean the same thing. What constitutes the bulwark of our liberty and independence?
Anyway, the few, I think, truly commendable, decent, good presidents the United States has ever had. Abraham Lincoln, 16th president. And we're not getting to the dinosaurs here. Let's try part 3. I'm not seeing it here. Shoot. Gosh darn it. Part 3. Part. And they're just missing the other parts. Echo Waves, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. How are you doing? Good to have you here. Yeah. I have this saved somewhere on my hard drive, but Board Magic Skyway Dinosaurs. Here, take a look at this.
That's it. Put the head right up there. That's a girl. Yeah. Hello, I'm Walt Disney.
Hi, Walt Disney. I'm
And
Danny.
these little creatures are baby dinosaurs. We're bringing them back to life.
This is not the same video that we just saw. He's just doing the same thing. He's a showman, after all.
For one of our shows at the New York World's Fair in 1964 and 65. You know these odd creatures were the wildlife of their time, prehistoric eons ago? Unfortunately, we weren't able...
Prehistoric eons ago. I love how quaint the descriptions are. How long ago did these animals live, Walt Disney? Oh, they lived prehistoric eons ago. That answers my question.
Able to preserve them. You know these odd creatures were the wildlife of their time, prehistoric eons ago? Unfortunately, we weren't able to preserve them. But I'm sure if the National Wildlife Federation had been in existence then, they would have done their best to save them, for that's their purpose, conservation. Now this year, the National Wildlife Week starts on March 15th, and the theme is outdoor recreation. Now we all need to relax and play in the outdoors. That's why picnic grounds and campsites and swimming and boating areas are more vital than ever. So let's support this worthwhile program.
Fair, I guess. And I really thought that was gonna turn into something. This was the this is what they originally built those dinosaurs for at the 1964-65 World's Fair. These animatronic dinosaurs and etc. Ford Motor Company presents Magic Skyway. Was this before or after Ford Motor Company, along with a cabal of other oil and rubber corporations, they basically conspired to remove public transit, trolley lines and train lines and stuff like that from around the country? I think this is after that. Inhalation effect? I don't know what you mean, but it's good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
This is the New York World's Fair at the midpoint of the 60s. From the day its gates opened, people were drawn to it from every state and city in America, and from all over the world. They came with a sense of excitement to taste the exotic foods.
Late 40s, early 50s,
shop,
yeah, genre.
to wonder and
you can read about this too. It's very much not a conspiracy theory. Like, that is totally a thing that it is very, very well documented. Yeah. The General Motors streetcar conspiracy. There's a larger thing, bigger than this too, but this is part of what I'm talking about. Yeah. No, this is not even it. That's not what I'm talking about. It's bigger than that. Whiskey Ghoul, thank you for the follow and welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Echo Waves, did I thank you for your follow 5 minutes ago? I'm not sure I did. Thank you also for following. It's good to have you here. From Vox, this should be a good resource if anybody's curious about this kind of thing. We'll provide a link in the chat. Anywho, let's get back to the topic at hand.
People hardly know where to begin when they step into the world of the fair.
Mini pie.
It has something of everything, something for everyone. The international area is crowded with exhibits from many nations. The industrial area has its lure in the miracles of science and technology. Across the Bridge of Nations is the transportation area with Ford Motor Company's pavilion, one of the largest and most popular exhibits at the
And there
fair,
goes psychedelic lobbying,
setting for Walt Disney's Magic Skyway ride and showcase for the products and ideas of the worldwide enterprise that is Ford today. On the first day alone, the pavilion registered visitors from every state in the country and every country in the world.
And beards, yeah, they would not want to report on that.
Step into the wide world of Ford.
What in the wide world of Ford is going on here? Call me Corey. How are you doing? Good to have you here. My goodness, Mini Pie is just covering up the whole screen right now. And I'm pushing the camera way off to the side. Mini Pie, what are you doing? What are you doing, Mini Pie? Up close and personal with Mini Pie. Doing some camera work there? Yeah? Oh. Just knocking everything askew. Good old Mini Pie. What are you doing there? What are you doing? Oh, look at you. Yeah. Your tail's all wet. You keep hitting the water. Keep hitting the water with your tail. Getting it all. Your tail is soaking wet. What's up with that? Yeah. Yeah. And Geeky Heart move was really good. Yeah. I'm here living in a house now with 3 cats who like to take over the stream whenever they feel the need to. It's something. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Yeah, thank you for letting me live here. I appreciate that, Mini Pie. I appreciate that. Yeah. I hope you do not grow displeased with me. Yeah. So anyway, my new landlords. 3 different cats. They're really something. Yeah. Keep pushing the camera, Mini Pie. What are you doing? What are you doing? What? What are you doing? Goodness. Here, let's continue. There's not an advertisement for Ford. Fix or repair daily. No. Let's get to the dinosaurs, shall we?
Rainbow Flash and Eon. Back millions of years to the dawn of life on land.
Yeah.
This is the world that was, a world that trembles under the tread of giant beasts. Here, millions of years unfold at a single glance. Skyway travelers come face to face with strange creatures like this breathing, blinking Edaphosaurus. The huge Brontosaurus, tallest of all the mighty dinosaurs, 60,000...
No, it wasn't even the tallest of the dinosaurs back in the 1960s. Brachiosaurus was found in, described in what, 1903 by Elmer Riggs? Apatosaurus was never the tallest dinosaur. Edaphosaurus is not a dinosaur, even though I don't think they claimed it was a dinosaur. Edaphosaurus is basically a proto-mammal. This is an animal that existed long before the first dinosaurs. From the early Permian period. And this is like a proto-mammal. This is an animal that is much more closely related to you and me than it is to a dinosaur. Yeah. So anyway, not a dinosaur. Shoot, what was that company that made the really, really good Apatosaurus model? It was like, Showtime or something like that. Not Showtime. It was... Sideshow? Sideshow, that's it. Yeah. This is what Apatosaurus looked like according to our modern understanding of this animal. And this model might be partly what our Apatosaurus emotes are based on. Because I love it so much. This is so good. But yeah. In fact... Wow, what an interesting concept. Instead of a Dodge Charger, or Challenger, whatever that is there, there's a Prius under our Apatosaurus. Yeah. To the same scale. Good stuff. Apatosaurus. What a beautiful animal. Just lovely. Look at that gorgeous creature. So, Apatosaurus, aka Brontosaurus. Those are the animals you're seeing.
The huge Brontosaurus, tallest of all the mighty dinosaurs, 60,000
Never the tallest,
pounds, and fearful to behold. Yet he dines only on leaves and water plants.
Hey, Ika Pika, welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. Challenger, thank you, Basil.
Here in a world of perpetual summer, huge reptiles crawl, plod, and even fly, while fabulous riches are born. Coal and oil formed in the decay of this lush vegetation.
Coal and oil, fabulous riches. Oh, boy. Yeah, Apatosaurus very much not an aquatic animal either. It is very much a terrestrial creature. Lived its entire life on land like this, you know? Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Yeah. Triceratops.
Life goes on, unending. These baby Triceratops break through their shells into a strange new world.
There we go.
Behold
Climactic
the most
battle.
fearsome reptile ever known, Tyrannosaurus Rex, king of the dinosaurs, threatening mortal combat with an armored...
These were impressive robotics at the time, you know?
Struggle for survival.
The really funny thing is, these two dinosaurs right here, obviously, Stegosaurus and Tyrannosaurus. Tyrannosaurus right here is closer in time to you and me in the year 2024 than it is to Stegosaurus. There is more time separating these two dinosaurs. They never met in real life. There's more time separating them than there is separating T-Rex from us. T-Rex died out 66 million years ago. Stegosaurus died out about 145 million years ago. These two are further apart in time than T-Rex is from us.
If it hadn't been for that great dinosaur who saved us from the American forces, we would all be dead.
Is that true, Cass?
8 months
Meow
and
Black?
hello.
What a dire story, but thank you for the 8 months of support. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Holy cow. Yeah. Good stuff. And there you go, Rocky Elders, yeah. Yeah. Oh. Anyway. An Ika Pika, true Spinosaurus? False Spinosaurus? Eyeless one? What do you mean Ika Pika? I don't understand. Anyway, that's pretty much the end of this here.
Now a new world rises with the dawn, and a new creature stands before the challenge of the universe.
Oh boy, this is literally like 66 million years after the extinction of Tyrannosaurus. You skipped like a whole 66 million years there. Anyway, yeah. Animatronic dinosaurs. Interesting stuff. Interesting stuff. Now, a lot has changed since the 1960s. A lot has changed. Take a look at this right here. These are incredible. Made of lightweight materials. Produced in Japan. Mostly pretty scientifically authentic. Used in stage shows and stuff. You'll recognize some of these from some of my alerts. So these are produced through puppetry, but there's also presumably electronic motors inside. Using state-of-the-art carbon fiber materials to make them look more realistic and also provide lighter weight. Right now, the robots are being used for various events around Japan. Creates dreams of creating a dino a park. Interesting. R.I.P. to this guy. Oh, shoot. So this is how Shinzo Abe died. Oh, boy. Oh, man. R.I.P. These are truly impressive. I remember the first time that I saw these, I was blown away. Like, how in the world? I don't speak Japanese, but maybe if we're very lucky, the closed captions will work as intended. Japanese to English here. Let's see. If that dinosaur were alive today, what would it be like if it were to... Oh, too fast, too fast. What would it be like if it were to come right next to you? I would like everyone to experience something. Too fast. Now here comes the Allosaurus. And I kind of love that. It makes me laugh how there's like an archetypical paleontologist garb. Where it's like, okay, long sleeve shirt, earth tone, pants, a scarf, and a hat with an upturned brim. I also wear an upturned brim when I'm in the field digging up dinosaurs. But that's for other reasons. It's so I can, like, carry something over my shoulder like a generator or a bag of plaster or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
There's actually a fair amount of variation in the lance. It doesn't all look the same.
Uh-huh.
So, I mean...
Anyway. And the baseball cap with the neck flap? Tommy Platycus, you would think in Japan that would be a more common look, you know? Yeah. You know, Yeah. Yeah. I love this. That's not my sound cue. They used that in this video. In this show. This is kind of astonishing. Look at that. And it's free walking. How cool is that? You know? Amazing. And so, many of you are probably familiar with, the Walking with Dinosaurs live experience. This outdoes that, I think, in terms of the creatures themselves. Yeah, take a look. So this is, I think, an Australian production company that produced, you know, this whole thing. You know? I'll see you later, Namulala. Good luck with your interview and meetings. But notice how they're carefully, you know, cropping these shots so they don't show what's underneath the dinosaurs. Yeah, they're not showing what's underneath.
Never before has prehistoric Earth come to life in a theatrical event so grand it will inspire, amaze, and captivate audiences around the globe. Don't miss the event that has been over 65 million years in the making.
This was impressive. I've actually seen this live before.
The Arena Spectacular. Book now at dinosaurlive.com.
Yeah, so let's find a video that somebody's recorded of this. Here we go. So the dinosaurs have got these big, like, skid things underneath them.
While the scent of one dinosaur might make another one tremble, the smell of fire makes all dinosaurs.
Here. Here's Stegosaurus. And look at this big, like, sled beneath it. And thank you, Promethean Rebellion, for the follow. Welcome.
It's possible.
Yeah. So it's got this sled underneath it with wheels. And so the arms and legs are just kind of like, I don't know if they're actually contacting the ground. Yeah. And they've painted the sled thing the same color as the ground, so it's less noticeable. But it's a different way of engineering this, you know?
Display to intimidate. From the front, he's tall and slender, but from the side, he's like a mountain of dinosaur. And look at these spikes on the tail. They're over a meter long.
So that's one way to do this.
Pierce right through the toughest hides. Makes you think Stegosaurus wouldn't be afraid of anything.
Anyway, here comes Allosaurus. And Allosaurus has got the same kind of like sled thing underneath.
Well, this could get interesting.
See? There's a supporting pole there too. So these are presumably much more expensive to build. You've got wheels and motors and all kinds of stuff in here. It's neat. It's really, really cool. But I can't help but think that the Allosaurus here is much better in so many different ways. And exactly, Beards, you're exactly right about that. Yeah. There's actors inside both of these, I think. But in this one, it's somebody literally like on stilts walking around inside. And I don't know if they're also controlling the... if they're controlling the head and the tail motion and everything else. Yeah. But what an impressive, I don't even know what to call it. A maquette? A robot? A puppet? What's the proper name for this whole apparatus here? Very funny holy lift. But yeah, it does not have the thing under. It's actually literally taking steps. So presumably there is a human being inside here actually moving his or her legs, moving their legs in order to make this thing move. And then maybe this is controlled via puppetry, the head and the jaws and the eyes blinking and everything else. But I kind of suspect that there's some servo motors or something on the inside. I'm not totally sure what's going on with this, but it's really impressive. And there you go, Limey Show. Yeah, isn't the movement is stellar? You consider it a puppet, Lenina? Yeah. And look at some of these children just bawling their eyes out here. Oh, she is so scared. Oh, man. And Ika Pika, no, I know. Especially in the 90s during the, like the Heisei era of Toho's Godzilla films, they had all kinds of different servo motors to make Godzilla's eyes blink and his facial features change and stuff. I know, Ika Pika, absolutely. Even though the tail and everything was still usually manipulated by a string, the internal like structure of the suitmation Godzilla suits was pretty impressive back then, and even more so during the the Showa Heisei Shinsei, I think, the Millennium series. Yeah. And Zool, yeah, the Jim Henson's dinosaurs, Zool, yeah. Yeah. But this is actually engineered to look like a real dinosaur, a real Allosaurus. It's not stylized and turned into a comedy act like Jim Henson's dinosaurs, you know? This is a dinosaur. This is so cool. And it's just in like an auditorium at a school or something. This is amazing. And Grim Deviant says Universal Studios has an attraction called the Raptor Experience. Their Raptors are not nearly as good as this, in my opinion. You can see the actor's legs. Here, I'll show you. Also, you can't do a dromaeosaur. It just like it doesn't work. A Raptor Encounter? Is that what it was called? Raptor Encounter is what they called it. Yeah.
Easy. Blue eyes on me. Where are you going? Hey!
Oh, I guess they fixed the part with the legs. But it doesn't look nearly as good. It just looks cartoony. Part of it is that they have to try and make it look like the Jurassic World raptors. And so they're hamstrung from the beginning. They're not dealing with a realistic-looking dinosaur from the start. Since they have to make it look like they look in the movies, and in the movies they look like dog water, they have to make it look like dog water here. You know? Yeah. But yeah,
Come on,
it just...
girl. You're a good girl. As you can see, a very feisty alpha female. You do not want to make her. Stay there, girl. Easy, easy, easy. Calm. Calm down. Easy. Come over.
Anyway. It's okay when it's standing still, but when it walks around, it's...
Paisley. Hi, Paisley.
The illusion is broken, you know?
Have you ever met a raptor before?
Yeah.
No?
Like a person.
Would you like to get a little closer? You don't have...
Yeah. Contrast that with this. This is truly impressive. I mean, look at that. And it's also just got like an edge to it that the other doesn't. The other one feels too cuddly. This moves more quickly. It's... Oh, man. It's extraordinary. That's why some of my alerts feature this, is because the first time I saw this, I was blown away. You know? And there you go, Corey. Yeah, yeah. More movement training. But also, it just goes down to the kind of underlying philosophy. It's like here, they started with the actual outline of an Allosaurus, you know? They started off with this, basically. And they said, how can we turn this into as realistic a dinosaur reproduction as we can? And they got this, you know? It's like, what are you trying to do? Yeah. How do we stick a person inside this is a pretty good way to begin. Agreed, Raquel. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. But imagine being a kid at a school assembly or something like that and seeing this thing walk out onto the basketball court. You would be blown away. Your brain would be telling you this is a real animal, you know? Imagine the awe and wonder there. Oh man, there is something kind of terrifying about it, just because we don't have any animals that are this big walking around on land today that move this fast. This is how a non-avian dinosaur would be. This is how an Allosaurus would be, you know? Those quick motions like that of the head. There's no big mammals that move that fast. Rhinos, elephants. They don't do that. That's part of what I love so much about this, is that fast, fluid movement. If they could just make it run, you know? Oh man, they'd have it. They would have it. And Zool, there's a person inside this. This is part puppetry and part animatronics. I don't know how much of each, but this is a combination of the two. Yeah. It's pretty impressive. It is pretty impressive. Can we find anything, we already watched this, didn't we? Yeah. I would not be shocked if they're kind of trying to keep this as a trade secret right now, how they produce these. Because this right here, it's just not there. You know? It's not on the same level yet. These are the Walking with Dinosaurs ones that I showed you, like the ones from, you know, the ones from here. These ones with the big sleds underneath. Much more slow moving. Much heavier. Presumably more expensive to build. That's these. Which are still impressive, but I feel like they've been leapfrogged.
To Jurassic Warehouse.
So this is a stegosaur. Stegosaur is for our Jurassic World exhibition. This is our T-Rex. She tends to steal the show and dominate the workshop.
I keep thinking one of these things is going to eat me.
Yeah.
Ooh, what is that?
Sonny Tilders hails from Melbourne and co-founded Creature Technology. Since its birth in 2006, the company has specialized in making giant, robotic animals and has ended up as one of the biggest animatronics companies around.
Oh, and the hands look so bad. That's not what Tyrannosaur forelimbs would look like at all. But Sam wasn't it. Thank you, Sam, for the raid. How are you doing? It is good to have you here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream?
Has a new sound for their 3 listeners.
Doing something called Minecraft. Well, I hope you had 0 cave-ins. Sam wasn't it. I don't know a lot about mining. But I know cave-ins could be an issue. And I hope all of the canaries survived down in the mine. Anyway. Yeah. Let's continue. Talking about robotic dinosaurs today, Sam, wasn't it?
The team is made up of movie special effects artists who needed work during down periods. And their first project was a live show called Walking with Dinosaurs. It
Yep.
ended up as the highest grossing touring event in the world in 2010.
Nice. Good for
They've
them.
been in high demand ever since, making rideable dragons, a full-size King Kong, and cuddlier creations, like these giant stuffed animals for the Sochi Olympics. Vladimir Putin still likes to cuddle the bunny rabbit on the right.
We didn't know where this was going to go. We thought we'd all go back to film and TV. But it grew out of this one show, and we realised that there was something in this to bring that sort of film level
What world is that?
to a live audience.
And welcome, Sam. Yeah.
This is the Idominus Rex.
Oh,
At
boy.
the moment, we're skinning the creature, and the girls are putting in some scales.
It's funny that in creature production, skinning means something exactly the opposite from what it means. Whether you're, I don't know. If you're bringing an animal to life, skinning means exactly the opposite of after you've, I guess, killed an animal. Ugh. Yeah.
Each one of these creatures takes about a year to create. Every detail of the anatomy is built from scratch, including the eyeballs, the hydraulic skeleton, and the lifelike fabric skin.
So it's very similar to a real
Fabric.
creature. It's got bones.
So fabric is going to be a lot more lightweight than latex would be, I presume. So that makes sense that they're using fabric here.
Muscles that's got skin. It's how they work together is...
And Marcy walks dogs, that makes a lot of sense. Bee skinning versus D
To
skinning,
make the
yeah.
creatures seem more lifelike, the company's coders program nuanced movement routines. But I'm
And
not
bre-
here to watch a...
Geeky Heart says, and breathable for a person inside, that makes a lot of sense. I'm not totally sure there's people inside of these ones. I think they might just be animatronic, but we'll see.
Computer play with dinosaurs. I'm here to take a dino out for a spin.
So this is a voodoo rig. So I'm actually controlling the neck of this Parasaurolophus now.
So this is all homegrown, and
This
how
is
long
all
did it take you to make that?
Yeah, I mean, we built these for our first live show 10 years ago, and this is our rusty...
So you recognize this is like in Jurassic Park when they shot that movie in 1993. We saw this earlier. This sort of technology still exists today, but it was pioneered back then.
Workshop
This is
model.
so cool.
Want to have a go? Yes. Okay. He's designed to be intuitive and smooth, and so you can take him through his whole range, and he will go where you want to take him.
You have your own little pet dinosaur.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
There were a couple of new creations coming to life in the Creature Workshop that we weren't allowed to show you. Secrecy remains paramount in the vicious world of animatronics.
Zul says, do you see these replacing floats in events such as Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade? I'm sure a lot of these people have also worked on Thanksgiving Day Parade floats. Some of those floats probably came through this same warehouse here.
It's safe to say, though,
Yeah.
that the next time a dinosaur, giant plush bear, or say an alien greets you at an amusement park, then it came from this place, on the other side of the world.
Huh. Cool. Anyway, here's a link to that right here. But I'm still really, really impressed with these. I mean, this is pretty wild. One of the biggest theropod dinosaurs that we found thus far. Free walking like this. How did they do that? This is This is maybe only a little bit smaller than like an adult Tyrannosaurus would typically be. It looks a little on the small side to me, which is understandable if you're making like a puppet that's walking around. But that I'm using the size of the people here as my metric. And it looks a little small for T-Rex, but for an adult T-Rex. But remember T-Rex isn't born full size. So fair enough. But man, is that impressive. Just astonishing.
Ontogeny. Ontogeny.
There you go, salamander, yeah. Yeah, and the legs are impressive looking. I love how the tail isn't just a beam sticking up behind it. It actually flexes and moves. The hands are of appropriate size as well. And they've got the correct orientation too. It's not doing the Mr. Burns thing like the Walking with Dinosaurs T-Rex was. It's got its forelimbs in the proper orientation. It's clear that accuracy was really paramount for the people who made this. It's truly impressive. Yeah. The legs still do look a little bit awkward, but that's easy to forget about. And if you're a kid watching this live in person, imagine what you're thinking and feeling at the time. Yeah. It's real enough for the flight instincts to be kicking in. There you go, Bridgesaur. Yeah. Steel Nico says the guy in the crowd just said, "Don't eat me" in Japanese. Yeah. Impressive. Impressive. Yeah. All right, what is this? Do we actually have insight into how this works?
Hi, I'm in Saitama Prefecture in the suburbs of Tokyo. Today's Takumi has created something that is gaining attention from Hollywood. Let's go and find out. Hello, I'm Shao Yamamoto.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Today's Takumi is Kazuya Kanemaru. His company makes museum display models and exhibit panels. What will he show us today?
Take a look.
Oh, it's moving.
It's gigantic!
That's their Allosaurus. This looks like an older version of it, though.
Big fangs, sharp claws,
and wrists in the wrong orientation.
It's a gigantic dinosaur measuring 6 meters long and over 2 meters tall.
This is an older version.
When I went to touch it.
Looks like it's limping. So you can kind of see how this is advanced since then.
Started to run wild. Today's Takumi has developed a moving dinosaur. The people standing around it are the company staff. Of course, the dinosaur really isn't going wild. It's putting on a show with the staff acting as its keepers. The dinosaur is capable of quick, agile movements and can operate in 360 degrees. It fiercely bares its teeth in front of the camera. Impressive, isn't it? This is a robot, right?
No, it's not. It's a mechanical suit.
Okay.
In fact, there's a person inside the dinosaur controlling it.
We knew that already,
Takumi
but
calls this creation a mechanical suit.
a mechanical suit.
But how can this gigantic body move in such an agile way?
I think this is just an earlier model, H2.
The exterior skin and other parts use carbon, aluminum, and polycarbonate plastic.
Huh.
It also does not use any motor or other power devices.
Really?
Tail and mouth are manually operated using levers, springs, and pulleys.
Really?
Altogether, it weighs only
What about the
30
eyelids?
kilos, about the same weight as a child.
30 kilos? No, it's got to be heavier
Even
than that.
still, can a person really move so quickly wearing all that weight? First, I tried picking up 30 kilos. This is 30! It's heavy. You can't move with this. Even with its light weight, Kanemaru still needed to find a way to make the suit easy to operate. So he calculated the dinosaur's weight balance for its width, length, and height to figure out where the person inside the dinosaur should be. He determined the exact spot where a person can make the biggest movements using as little power as possible.
Smart!
For example, when the dinosaur moves like this, it looks as though it is swinging its tail, but in fact, the movement of the feet creates momentum that causes the tail to swing. This is possible because the weight of the tail is perfectly balanced with the weight of the head.
Well, it's like in a real dinosaur.
Can you show us how you maneuver it?
I'm sorry, but I can't tell you. It's a company secret.
Really? I wanted to ride inside it too. Kanemaru started out making movie sets.
And Rocky Alters, that
One
makes a
day,
lot of sense.
He visited an event for a movie
You're right.
about dinosaurs. What he saw there was a computer-operated dinosaur that could only keep repeating the same movements.
It was an event with dinosaurs, but the dinosaurs couldn't actually walk. I wanted to see something like in the movies. I wanted it to walk around.
Kanemaru set out to make a prototype that looked real. He decided that a robot wouldn't be able to move freely, so he came up with a way of having a person operate it from inside.
Very cool.
Development costs soared as he devoted his time to making dinosaurs.
Making things, especially dinosaurs, is so much fun. I think it's because it's like you're making a real living animal. It's my goal to make something that is just like the real thing.
Kanemaru created his own software and used it to simulate the movement of the dinosaur again and again.
Huh.
He continued to make adjustments in an effort to make its movements as real as possible.
Yeah, it can actually swallow things.
There are
That's
also
part of the
cameras
show, I
around the
think.
dinosaur. Video
Like,
from these cameras is sent
there's a
inside
tube
the
that goes down
dinosaur,
its throat.
but we can't show you that either because it's a company secret too. Using this video, the person inside
I'm sorry, what is a company secret?
Video from these
There's
cameras
cameras.
is sent inside the dinosaur, but we can't show you that either because it's a company secret too. Using this video, the person inside knows exactly how far it is from the audience. So when I'm standing near the dinosaur like this, the cameras show the operator exactly where I am. That's how the dinosaur was able to wow audiences by moving in such unpredictable ways.
It's not like we use any special technologies. We just
cleverness.
make the most of small ideas. Just a single small idea may seem boring, but if you gather 100 of those ideas, you end up with something completely different. That's what keeps me going.
Very cool. Very, very cool. And so at the end of the day, the most impressive dinosaur robots are actually just ones that take human performance and accentuate them. At the end of the day, it isn't super advanced technology that's the most impressive. It's simple human ingenuity.
Dinosaur man.
And Kelly Cakes.
Thanks to Adreganation for my sub gift.
And thank you, Kelly Cakes, for being here. Thank you for the 2 months. And thank you, Reaganation. Good stuff. But yeah. Call Me Corey says, sometimes simple mechanics of actual bone movement are the best at simulating actual bone movement. Agreed.
And I tell my kids, you have to remember, dinosaurs and human beings lived on the Earth at the same time.
Oh no.
What, like the Flintstones?
Lordy, 47 months. Thank you, Lordy. You're the first one to ever trigger that new alert. I appreciate you, Lordy. Thank you. Good stuff. I forgot I'd even made that alert. But yeah. Anyway, robotics like this are impressive in their own way. But it turns out, if you want to make a truly, really impressive dinosaur that is free walking, just having a person inside is still your best bet. And thank you, Grayly Rain, for the 300 bits. Good stuff. Good stuff. This is the more advanced version of the Allosaurus that we saw earlier. Pretty neat. Man, I would love to have a conversation with some of the people who actually work on these and produce them. Because there will be real, like, scientific discoveries that can result from this kind of work. There will be insights here that can be gleaned about how these animals, like, where's the center of gravity here? At what point does it tip over? How quickly can the head move back and forth? Stuff like this. This is not a perfect one-to-one representation of this dinosaur in terms of its weight and its center of mass and everything else, but there will be certain things that you can glean from this that, say, a computer simulation would not be able to do. That is just so cool. Flug says there's some next-generation paleontologizers being formed there. Apparently. And Hoboax says can't go wrong with Sopranos. Got a wise guy here, Hoboax. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And this is a school gym, Steel Nico. Yeah. Or an assembly hall or something like that. It's either a school gym or like a community center or something. But pretty impressive. And that spy guy, 86, how are you doing? Welcome, welcome.
That Spy Guy 86 and their 18 raiders are about to get flattened by dinosaur content.
Thank you, thank you. That Spy Guy. And Rogue Orsini, thank you for the 2 months of
They have utilized
support.
everything correctly with the tail counterweight aiding balance.
There you go, Rogue. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Haken Mate, thank you for the follow. And That Spy Guy, thank you for the follow, too. Welcome, welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here.
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
There we go.
But enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lee?
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. That Spy Guy, today we've been talking about dinosaur robotics. It is apparently National Robotics Week here in the U.S.
Lifestyles of the large and extinct.
And, Good Two Shoes 1. Are you a goody two shoes? Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for the follow. Good to have you here. We've been talking about robotic dinosaurs today in honor of National Robotics Week. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here on Twitch trying to do some good old-fashioned science outreach. Talking about fossils, talking about dinosaurs.
The ponderous Trachodon,
like hadrosaurs,
32
like
feet
this one.
long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
Waddle Art and Bloom is Chaos. Thank you for your follows. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. And Trachodon. Dr. Morbius here. Trachodon is an old name for for Edmontosaurus. Here, the biggest dinosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. Edmontosaurus. This critter could be like 40, 50 feet long, like 13, 14, 15 meters, 16 meters. It was a huge animal. Full grown. Yeah. And yet, named after, you're from Edmonton? Steel Nico? Very cool. Yeah. Anyway, that reminds me, that clip is actually from a time when there were very early animatronic dinosaurs. Also, 1964. There were a lot of dinosaurs at the 1964 World's Fair.
Only are they welcome to the exhibit, but as a means of getting more closely acquainted with Sinclair dealers, each family receives a special coupon.
This is an oil company. It's still around, called Sinclair.
Their local Sinclair dealer station.
They were kind of hoping that they could, capitalize on this idea that the public somehow had the, I don't know where this idea was generated, but fossil fuels that oil was somehow like squished up dinosaurs or something. It's not. Oil is the compressed remains of ancient plankton, basically, of like microscopic ocean organisms that settled down to the bottom of ancient oceans, and where all their carbon was compressed down into carbon-rich, organic-rich matter would get, kind of curdled into, petroleum. But Sinclair Company adopted a dinosaur as their logo back in the 1920s or 30s, and they've had it ever since. In 1964, they had this pavilion at the New York World's Fair, and some of these dinosaurs moved. They were, I guess you could say, animatronic. Take a look.
Few of the millions of car-owning, traveling Americans who will be telling their friends about the fair and about Sinclair Dinoland for years to come. Sinclair Dinoland, in a prime location,
there you go.
surrounded by titans of American industry. One of the most popular exhibits of the New York World's Fair.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, did I already ask you, that Spy Guy, how did your stream go? What were you doing? Welcome, Imperfect Moth, Mephila's Hedgehog, Bloom is Chaos. Good Two Shoes, Mocking J. Malmo, Traveling Tatter, and Walter Art. It's really good to have you here. How was your stream, that Spy Guy? And what were you doing? Doing some makers and crafting. Excellent. I hope you had fun with that. Good stuff. Yeah, Tone says Sinclair was also the name of the family in Disney's Dinosaurs. Tone, that was a reference to Sinclair Oil. Because in the minds of the American public, Sinclair was already associated with dinosaurs. It was like a funny little in-joke.
A world of wonders that flourished 200 million years ago. A vanished world. Recreate.
None of the dinosaurs you're about to see are actually 200 million years old. The oldest one you're going to see is about 150 million years old. We'll go through those.
By Sinclair.
And did dinosaurs...
There's no shame, no sign of disgrace or failure. In fact, in a world full of changing environments and occasional catastrophe, all species eventually become extinct.
It's true, Sir Steggles. Thank you for helping me avoid extinction myself for the past 7 months. I appreciate your support. Good stream. Thank you, and a great community. Awesome, Spy Guy. Thank you for bringing everybody here. Had to come see the dino stuffs? Well, you are in the right place, Spy Guy. It's good to have you here.
Youngsters and adults alike stand in awe of a world that was.
A world that was. I love the quaint narration.
Here, too, there are interesting favorites. The ponderous Trachodon. 32 feet long and 14 feet high.
Now we would call it, of course, Edmontosaurus, like you see here. Oh, yeah.
1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
They did have a lot of teeth. These animals, these are from the very, very end of the age of dinosaurs. Edmontosaurus annectens, in particular, from the Hell Creek and Lance formations, it's at the very end of the age of dinosaurs. It's as young as you can be and still be a non-bird dinosaur. You know, from about 68 to about 66 million years ago, these guys lived.
Tyrannosaurus, king.
Also, from the same time, Tyrannosaurus ate Edmontosaurus. They were neighbors. They lived together.
King of the tyrant lizards. Not much on looks, maybe, but popular with many visitors. 50 feet from tip to tip. 20 feet high. Fiercest creature that ever lived.
Now we recognize they didn't actually stand up on their hind legs like kangaroos or like Godzilla like that. Tyrannosaurus. You know, here's one from the game Saurian. That's actually a really decent reconstruction of this animal. Here it is by R.J. Palmer. Beautiful render here. So they had more of a horizontal stance. Their backbone parallel to the ground. Parallel right here to the ground. That's how they kept their balance. So yeah. Not Gigantosaurus is actually a sauropod, Aquana Uu. But yeah. Tyrannosaurus, like you said earlier, is actually related to birds. Birds and T-Rex are not that far from one another in the grand scheme of things. They're actually very, very close. Tyrannosaurus. Right here. Birds. Velociraptor. Troodon. Birds. Tyrannosaurus. These are all theropod dinosaurs. Birds are a kind of theropod dinosaur. Along with T-Rex, Velociraptor, Troodon, etc. Spinosaurus, too. A theropod. So, yeah. Yeah. Anyway. See? Animatronic. They moved.
With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
What a crowd pleaser. And, Arcady, how are you doing?
Sort of a 30-foot walking battering ram.
Arcady says Triceratops, and here you go.
Daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Here you go.
Triceratops, sort of a 30-foot walking battering ram.
Oh, boy.
That skull
Okay.
measures 7 feet. The Ankylosaurus is also popular, if you judge by the amount of attention he gets.
Yeah, not bad.
The world's first armored tank, you might say. That trunk is completely covered with thin, bony plates. If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears which projected from his body armor.
Stephen Ernest says, did dinosaurs contribute a bit to oil or no? Not really. No. By volume, it would be like less than a fraction of a percent. Yeah.
Stegosaurus, 25 feet long, weighing 4 tons. A versatile sort of chap. He won a lot of arguments in his time, but very few beauty contests. No one.
Rocky Alter says effectively 0% without actually being not at all. I mean, so oil is I wish we had a petroleum geologist to actually talk about this, because I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So I don't actually study the formation of oil or anything like that. And I don't, as a scientist, I'm really leery about saying anything that could be misperceived or misspeaking in any way. But basically, the formation of oil is from ancient, marine microorganisms, as plankton, essentially. There would be a few dinosaurs that might wash in from rivers from the land and then wash out to sea. We do find fossils of dinosaurs in marine sediments occasionally. It's rare, but it does happen. But it's like, it's like asking how often do shoot, that's not even a good analogy. I was going to say, how often do moose get eaten by sharks? Okay, once in a blue moon, a moose, that's not even a good example, because moose will actually swim in the ocean sometimes. How often do elk or deer or wild boar, yeah. See how it just, the analogy just kind of falls apart? Yeah. Anyway, let's continue. It's been a long stream so far.
Wonder Dinoland is so popular with so many fair visitors is on so many must-see lists. And of course, there's that face so familiar to all of us. Our own Dino. On formal occasions, he's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he? 70 feet long. Tips the scales at a substantial 35 tons.
That's why I said,
which makes him about the right size for a company like ours. As a result of being featured as the Sinclair trademark, Brontosaurus is world famous. The miniature of Brontosaurus is one of the highlights of Dinoland. Visitors make their own souvenirs. This has helped make it a favorite. In fact,
they have these at the Field Museum in Chicago.
Popular souvenirs sold at the fair.
Pretty cool. Anyway, animatronic dinosaurs. They've come a long way. When we've got stuff like this now. Although, strictly speaking, this is not an animatronic. It's a very large and very, very well-designed puppet. Oh, and very cool, Gigi Heart. Very, very nice. Yeah. Impressive stuff. They do have Jurassic Park animatronics at Universal Studios Japan. They're not as impressive as this, I can tell you. So once again, the most lifelike things are the things that actually have life inside them. A person inside of a dinosaur suit is more lifelike and convincing than the most advanced of dinosaur animatronics. And to me, that's almost kind of reassuring in a way. In a lot of ways, you can't improve upon nature itself. I take this as an example of that idea, you know? So yeah. Anyway, with that being said, I've been streaming for 5.5 hours at this point. It's time to wrap this thing up. Go get some dinner for me. So, let's go ahead and start that. Run our credits here with a lovely Deinonychus skull there. Don't go away. We're going to find somebody else to raid right now. Hopefully somebody else doing some science. I think Science Streams was doing some cool stuff. Microscopy Monday. We're going to go check in with Balint. Of Science Streams. Molecular and systems biologist. That's going to be a ton of fun. We'll go hang out with another scientist. Sir Steggles, thank you again. Oh yeah, for the 7 months. I already said that. Thank you to everybody who's showing up here in the credits. Raiders and followers, subscribers and cheerers, moderators. Also lurkers. Viewers, chatters, question askers, enthusers. Viewers of all sorts. I appreciate you more than you know. I could not do this without your support. And,
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
I really appreciate those 1,000 bits. Holy cow, Geeky Art. Thank you, thank you. Last minute, right under the wire. I appreciate you, Geeky Heart. I really do. Thank you for that. I'll be streaming again tomorrow. We'll be going over some fossil news, answering your dinosaur questions. It'll be a good time. 2 p.m. California time tomorrow. Until then, everybody, you take care of yourselves. Let's go see what Balint is up to. Talking about the potential extinction of bananas. That's going to be fascinating stuff. Let's go check it out.